It is the November 25th regular council meeting. Welcome everybody. We have people online. And we have representation from Pattis Consulting in the room with us today. The meeting is being recorded and we will get started. Call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Can we have an adoption of the agenda for the 2025 or November 2025 regular council meeting?
Any additions? No.
Oh, yeah, I got adoption, sorry, it should be addition. Any additions? Oh.
I have one addition, for permission for me to register and have the 2026 process at 8 p.m. January 4th to 16th in Edmonton.
That'll be 7:28.
4th and 14th. 14th to 16th.
Yeah, 4th.
Yeah, I want to.
What number is that one going to be? Sorry.
I think 7.8.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilor Dennis?
No, I have nothing to add. So.
Okay. Councilor Dorowski?
No, nothing today.
Just a short in camera with org chart. Okay, 2 minutes in camera to org chart.
14:3.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Sure.
The Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity has sent us a late correspondence item. We got in 11.6. And we have a fire going matter that we'd like to address with council. Closed session, so that'll be number 14.
Okay. You're going to do the motion for the agenda as amended.
February 24th, 2025, regular council meeting at the end of the
Right, a new motion to adopt the minutes from the November 4th, 2025 regular council meeting.
I can do that. The Lamont County Council adopt the November 4th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Or we have no public hearing today. So we'll move on to 5, our delegation. Excuse me. Section 3.
Yeah. Lamont County will move into the November 25th, 2025 regular council meeting into closed meeting at 9:05 a.m. to discuss groundworks, ATIA section 19.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, welcome back. We have a motion on the board. Can somebody read it, please? Represent.
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the presentation on gravel lease held in closed meeting and refer the matter to the budget committee meeting.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Okay. Okay, so we have another delegation, but they're not in until 1 o'clock, so we're gonna jump ahead and move on to bylaws, which we don't have at it. We're gonna move on to new business. 7.1 gravel summary.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 106. This is responding to a resolution that was passed on November 4th, directing the administration to prepare a report on the gravel program. Mr. East is here with the
So as Mr. said, council had some questions about our gravel program. So for council's information, each spring county council reviews and approves a road gravel program. Through the annual program, we identify 236 miles of road to gravel at an average spread rate of 240 tons per month. This works up to approximately 56,630 total. The spread rate is increased on wide roads and reduced on narrow roads, and gives us our average spread rate. Starting in 2025, we stockpiled the majority of our gravel required for the program in the county yards in Montlander, St. Michael, and Pit by Andrew. We retain enough gravel. We retain enough gravel in the source pit to gravel the roads north of Highway 45 without having to double hand. And that's for the existing gravel supply contract. The county is currently purchasing 85,000 tons of 25 millimeter gravel and 5,000 tons of winter sand in 2025 and continuing in 2026. The sand is replaced with the equivalent dollar value of 40 mil gravel, as the county has a large stockpile of sand. When council authorized the current gravel supply contract, it was identified that the county's crushed gravel inventory had been depleted to the point where the county did not have a year's supply ready. So the current contract was structured to increase the county's crushed gravel reserves over the term of the contract. In addition, council annually approves a budget for patching, which is comprised of 10,000 tons of 25 millimeter or surface gravel, 5,000 tons of 40 mil inch and a half gravel, and 1,000 tons of 80 mil or 3-inch gravel. That gravel is used to perform spot graveling and repairs to damaged roads as required, as identified by supervisors, road grader operators, and service requests we receive from the public. We also utilize gravel within our drainage and dust payment programs as required. So in anticipation of the 2026 haul, we are planning to utilize contract trucks to work in tandem with our own gravel trucks to stockpile 4 locations starting on Mondays. The quantities to each stockpile location of 25 millimeter are 15,000 tons to Lamont, 21,000 tons to Madère, 13,000 tons to St. Michael, and 23,000 tons to the downward pit. And we'll leave approximately 13,000 tons within the source pit. We're not planning to haul the 40 millimeter gravel from the pit during the winter, but rather to leave it in the pit should the need arise in spring for utilization of the roads in the north and east ends of the county, as the county currently has a sufficient 40 mil gravel stockpile in its other yards. But by the end of 2026, we will have to remove all the crushed gravel from the CLH pits. So as was the case for hauling earlier this year, all the gravel hauls out of the pit will be hauled south on Ranger 165 to Township Road 532 and then east to Ranger 164. For gravel being hauled to St. Michael and Lamont, we will go south to Township Road 580 then left to 855. And for gravel being hauled to the downward pit and to there will be going straight from Ranger 164. We are going to be starting with hauling to Lamont and then to St. Michael. And then from there, we'll be hauling to the downward pit and to there. As Council had also asked, for 2025, we hauled approximately 3,100 tons of patch gravel for Oak County. By each electoral division, we hauled, about 350 tons within Division 1, 960 tons in Division 2. We did not haul anything to Division 3, 1,500 tons to Division 4, and about 270 tons to Division 5. Again, these, patch graveling is only put where it's needed, so if a operator reaches out to us or we get a service request, that's when we do our patch graveling. Also, as requested by council, that's what this map here is. We've included a map showing all the roads gravel from 2023 to 2025. We are currently working with greater operators to create a 2026 gravel program plan, and we'll review the plan with council in the spring. Noted previously, the county's current gravel supply contract expires at the end of the year. In order to give a successful contractor enough time to prep, administration will bring an RFP to council in the new year, identifying the county's current fresh gravel reserves and annual gravel requirements to allow council to direct the terms and specifics of the next gravel supply contract. So as I said earlier, the current supply agreement, we are purchasing gravel when we are utilizing it a year to build up our reserves. For in an instance where either our supplier defaults in contract or we need to utilize more gravel because we have a bad spring or some sort of need arises that we need to use gravel when we don't have a bed contractor. Previous administration had been utilizing our reserve, not supplementing, so our gravel reserve in the next to nothing when council started.
Certainly you want to be buying gravel.
That bridge to the bridge here, but there's nothing put in the chip yard. Is he reaching it?
With the close proximity to Lamont, we've been utilizing the Lamont yard. Chipman, there is some room. There's a couple of old stockpiles. Because we're limited on loaders in stockpiling locations, we're having to move equipment around. So having a large stockpile in Lamont yard versus one stockpile in one in St. Michael when you're there. If we were in a position where we need to utilize the space, we
You move the loader and do that area, so you move it once, do the area and then move it out.
The cost to stockpile in Lamont, the cost to stockpile in Shipman is going to be roughly the same. We're trying to utilize St. Michael, South, Lamont, south and east to east of 31, and then Mundare for everything west and south. It's trying out on a quality gravel. Cost for patching, maybe deviate a little bit here and there. On the back, I'll just to make it quicker. For our annual haul, we're trying to limit it on the back haul and double handles.
The other concern is safety coming out of Lamont. I think there's more traffic by Lamont off 831. Putting all that gravel there and truckers are sitting there waiting to get across the highway. A lot of times get on the highway after like the city. There, I know there hasn't been no accidents or anything, but there's other units, accidents and stuff in that area. Chipman has a little less traffic and it's not as safe, but there's another road to get out.
It is definitely because the Highway 15 and speed limit there is 50, so it is safer. We haven't had any incidents, but there has been incidents with the CN crossing under 15 and 831, region 185. So our drivers are instructed not to utilize 195. because you're not stopping distance now, but there's stop signs at the highway and the train tracks. You can't get across anything more than a truck sitting on the tracks. The issues around shipment, and there is less room to stockpile. If we do get our other, there's a positive index. Once that's used or moved somewhere else, then we could look at utilizing that space again.
Can you leave some for Lamont, so when we're hauling them in there, the county owned trucks, our own trucks can come with the last load, do Lamont instead of coming across the county empty?
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, some of our truck drivers live near Lamont, some live near Andrew. Any trucks that are near Andrew, they're actually parking in Andrew. To limit the amount of calling, and if they're the last load out, they can go to Mondaire, but if they're coming back to Lamont, they may have time to go back up and grab a load. So we've done some.
The last round of the day, the ones live in Lamont can bring it to Lamont, and then they're not running empty after.
We have done, we're trying to make sure that we're not. Same with our drainage approach at Brown. If they're hauling a load of marine material out, they're gonna be bringing. Nearly all.
Can we get a list of the lease operators who are gonna be hauling in a week?
Yeah, we've, now that we've confirmed we're starting on the first. This is grown, we're still meeting people, because they didn't want to do all the paperwork until they knew for sure, so they knew which month to start their insurance, but we can definitely provide us a lot.
Using mostly end dumps or?
So we're trying to utilize end dumps, in the winter, using belly dumps, for this material makes it really hard. So we're, when we're before we were trying to utilize, belly dumps for spreading gravel, but end dumps is our preferred option. Or tandem wagons.
So I think we got a policy that it's end dumps in the winter and belly dumps on the road, so. Yeah, except for the county owned belly dump can stop, well.
There's over there. Sorry. What's the date of 164?
So it has improved, all of our kind of roads are starting to freeze in, we did re-gravel the roads, we had grade rock removal, work extensively on that road as much as possible. By scheduling our stockpile locations, we're trying to ensure that that road has more time to freeze in. 2 weeks ago, it was supposed to be minus 25 this week. So we were hoping that everything would freeze in quicker. But the frost is starting to set in. So by the end of this week, we should be in a good state. And, we'll be looking to haul that road. 3 weeks, maybe in January. It just depends on how many trucks do sign up, and hopefully we can get. Say before we start also.
Right now, they're a lot. Right there.
Yes, so council amended the policy for our truckers, so we take one truck per local resident, a second truck for local resident, and then the first and second truck for local landowner, first and second truck for any resident within the town or village.
That's your short trucks, the last one.
Yeah, so we go through that prioritization process.
Yeah, no trucks, you don't go into the last one.
For stockpiling, there's really no limit. As long as we're able to load them and get them on the road, so they're not being spread. They're in, they're dumped in the road.
Did we ever do any gravel in the 165 or not?
We did do patch gravel the 165, yes. We did patch graveling. That's council discussed. We weren't doing a full spread, so we did have our trucks re-gravel 65.
I always said do the whole thing.
So when I say patch graveling, so we didn't do a full 240 total spread. We did about 120. There's a couple spots that were good, but there was definitely spots that were bare. So those are the ones we focused on. And the grader operator had time to spread that out before it started to freeze.
You said we're on the first two.
We'd be hauling to Lamont. So we'll go 580 north. Yes, yeah, and then we'll come down 855. And then
For concerns, I guess we'll make a motion. This information, carry on.
County council has had a report on the gravel program summary.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Governing local media posts.
So we're on page 110. Nothing was added to the agenda. According to the procedure bylaw prior to Wednesday.
We were getting some posts on the Facebook page, county Facebook page, and on some other ones in our county website. And I got a lot of calls on some of the content of the stuff that is on there, so that's what made me call in and get a little bit of control on what's going to be posted on our Facebook and our website.
Anybody else? Any comments? I had one phone call that was in the same relation, but it was in relation to the same day being held as Remembrance Day. So that's how it was on the post, and that's how to remember the same day and Remembrance Day all at the same time. That was my only phone call that I got.
Or give me an example of that. Is that Christmas, holidays?
No, it was more for the other postings and the religion part, but that's why I put it in there and let's discuss it and see what we want on. There would definitely not be Christmas and stuff cut out, but it was transgender stuff that was on there, transgender days and whatever, and we got our Facebook and we got our website to promote the county stuff that the county is doing. I got a lot of calls on it. People are offended having that stuff on there, so.
We do our media collaboration with Fort Saskatchewan, do we know? Yes, USS. Other discussion, concerns?
Motion hasn't been made yet.
Staff to bring forward for discussion a future meeting of council, a policy governing social media posts to exclude contents dealing with gender, religion, and race. That while this policy is being developed, posts dealing with these three subjects be avoided.
Questions or concerns? All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
273, our council coffee talk. Schedule.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 112, and, action provided 2025, we're looking to council for direction and forward.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Karnski. Good morning, Mr. Reed, members of the council. As council was aware, that just for some background information, in 2024 and 2025, council hosted public engagement sessions in the form of coffee talks with the public in small sessions. 4 sessions were completed in 2024 and 5 sessions in 2025. Of course, it was paused for the municipal election to allow councilors to do any type of campaigning. So the intention of those is to have some engagement in each division, and allow the public opportunity to ask questions, receive clarification from council and administration. The talks were hosted by the councillor of the area, and attended by the Reeve or Deputy Reeve and a member of administration. So administration is looking for direction for 2026. If this is a program that council would like to continue. And how many and how often would be you would be up to council's discretion. So we do have on page 113 just a general schedule, no particular order other than starting to do 5, working backwards, and like I said, that was just a random choice. We could have went 1 to 5 hours as well. So essentially at this point, is this something that council would like? There's a minimal financial impact on this, cost for refreshment, staff resources to attend and promote, normally promoted through social media, as well as our in touch in the Lamont leader. So available for any questions or comments, concerns at this point.
Well, before the election, during the election and after the election, I've been getting lots of calls all over the county and running into people, and they asked for a public meeting, have the 5 councillors and rent the hall and have an open meeting so they can see what the new council and put our feet to the fire, I guess, or test our feet to the fire or whatever. Was asked to have one big meeting early in the year.
And that is definitely an option if council would like to do that, so.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. They also. It's all on there.
But not like we had that one narrator and they had a pilot answer the same question. It's directed to Roy, let Roy answer, and if somebody has 2 bits to add. Add it, and then away we go. That person, that was a disaster. All 5 of the same answer, right? We all voted on something, so everybody, it just was a waste. So in a way,
So our experience was that the coffee talk approach was more effective because it was smaller groups. And it was, well, it didn't prevent anybody from coming, it was divisional, so the Councillor Roy or Councillor Gerald was kind of taking the lead on hearing and responding to questions, and other councillors were there. That worked better than a room of 100 people taking pot shots at 5 councillors. And I'll be quite honest, and that's what you get when you line up 5 councillors at a table in front of a room full of people.
we got 5 councillors that we have now, have nothing to hide, so it's what the people want, and that's what I'm suggesting. So that's part of the strategic plan. I'm asking the people, then asking me from all over the county, so to have a.
I mean, I'm still needing it for the coffee talks, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
You know.
And so I'll move back to yours in a second here, but yeah, like with your dates and stuff, I know that October or September and May are kind of their seeding time, right? So I mean, those will be obviously is weather dependent or kind of, but mine in April and on November are fine. There's no issues with mine, so I mean, it's, anybody else have any issues with just having the coffee talks?
Coffee talks, we gave them coffee talks. I think having an open house. There's a little more understanding, more questioning, and there's no grants.
Mhm.
I'm in favor of an open house and coffee talk.
Perfect.
You know. And at those meetings, during the land use bylaw and other ones. You know, if you have this, you can read the speakers right now, you can make that list. No, so. I think an open house is more of a one-on-one. If you've got a question, you ask it, you don't have to wait your turn to go up to the mic. You know? That's my open house and coffee talks. You get 2 coffee talks per division and you have an open house.
Mr. Reeve, I like the direction you were going. Our desire isn't to book dates today, but are the timeframes reasonable for officers? Is March and October gonna work for Division 3? And then we'll work with you to find the specific dates too.
It'll be weather dependent, so.
Well, exactly. October,
Well, no.
There are just different things, you know, if we have 2 in February and none in January, or, you know, 2 in April, none in May type of thing. They're in different divisions anyways, they're seeking, input from different people in the county. And again, even with the schedule, it doesn't have to be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It can be what works for council at that time, so. This is this is a general schedule that we can kind of loosely follow and do those arrangements, somewhat informally as we come up to the dates that make sure it works for the council of the area. And then, be able to book and we don't advertise these dates all starting right in the beginning of the year, because people are gonna forget, you know, what's happening in October and November. We advertise in January, we like to just advertise as, you know, the 3 weeks leading up to it is very standard, so.
Maybe we'll do after, we'll make this and then you make a motion that we get them to.
I got all the Yates coffee talks, but one big one here, and it's not grandstanding, it's, I got nothing to hide, I got absolutely nothing, so it's not grandstanding as far as. Yeah, so it's,
I
I
didn't
just,
see grandstanding from counselors, that it's grandstanding from some of the.
I got hide from the ratepayers, and they've been asking right across the whole county from Mundare to Andrew.
Yep.
I met somebody at, a week ago Friday at, Ritchie Brothers, and they were asking, can I have it? They were picking up, equipment, and I was picking up equipment, so.
Yeah.
I'm going with the ratepayers one, so.
Give them what they want, right?
Yeah.
And maybe make a motion for them, for admin to figure a date or a plan, and so we will make that happen. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so. Can I get a motion for 7.3, please?
Sure. That Lamont County approved 10 coffee talk sessions for 2026. Direct administration to book venues and proceed with advertising.
Questions or concerns?
Remember, after the coffee talks.
Yeah, so. And then if you feel like you wanna you wanna do a.
Yeah, motion for,
Direct administration. Those dates.
it'd be like, when they have a meeting, and it's not.
That have a whole dates or vacation for
Well, that's, the Roy was asking for an open house where they have the booths and stuff like we had. Well, I don't know, what are we gonna call it, a general meeting, I guess, general public meeting? Town hall meeting, perfect,
That's
so it counts, perfect, thank you. Town hall meeting, council, and repairs.
Is there a theme for this town hall meeting? Year end? Is there
It's gonna be a general, whatever the people are,
Let them ask questions, right?
whatever their concerns are, yeah.
So most likely the timing around that would be in January. Coming up Christmas season or anything else.
Like to have it before the first coffee talks, so.
Yeah.
Any questions or concerns?
Lamont County Council Director Administration to set up a proposed date and location for a town hall meeting with council.
All right, questions or concerns now? All in favor?
Yeah.
All right, 7-4 subdivisions and development permits.
November 13th, council requested, that strategy session, council requested information about volume of subdivision and development projects, as well as any information on requirements for applications.
Okay. So it's application occasionally involved. This includes ability. To ensure responsible land use decisions, the county requires geotechnical assessments from qualified professionals to evaluate the is consistent with best practices across Alberta and reflects Lamont County's sustainable. However, the number of applications is lower than the day we have applications. Last year was 23. One application this year was withdrawn, not due to requirements by Lamont County, but by Alberta Transportation, because they required the service road to be put in for the subdivision. And the landlord was not willing to do that. No subdivisions have been refused. And only one was refused in 2024. So the development officer is responsible for reviewing subdivision applications to ensure that they're complete and compliant with the NDA, the subdivision development regulations, and the land use bylaw, including the MDP and any IDPs or ASPs. This review includes assessing site suitability, servicing, feasibility, access, environmental concerns, geotechnical, drainage concerns. And applications are circulated to relevant internal and external agencies for comment. I've given you a list here of 4 different things: ensuring safe and sustainable development, protecting county infrastructure, reducing municipal liability, as well as supporting evidence-based planning decisions. These are all things that we have to look at when we're reviewing for a subdivision. And sometimes a geotechnical is required as a part of that subdivision approval. And we are given very strict guidelines as to why and how that happens. So our land use bylaw section 7.3 is one of the sections. Section 9 of subdivision matters relating to subdivision, and then the NGA section 6541A all require that I have to have a concern for whether or not this can be developed on and whether or not it's safe to develop on.
Who decided it needs geotech?
I do.
Based on the requirements that Ms. Dick has identified, section 7.3, section 9, MGA. Now, geotechs are the exception, not the rule.
Absolutely. And I will say, I don't make that decision in a silo. I do talk to our drainage experts. I do look at the lands themselves. I look at the soils. I look at many things before I request a geotechnical.
Do you actually go out there and take a look at that?
I do typically look at the lands, yes. Now, having said that, I know there is a concern with the most recent one. I have not been out to that site yet.
Which is the most recent one.
I'm not going to name them.
That's the delegation that's here at the last meeting.
No, it was not, no.
Is it that subdivision in Roy's area?
Yes,
Okay. So our drainage foreman is the one that went out there and looked at it.
So, Mr. Reed, there was another piece of information which, yes, was, Dick to provide. There are regulated timeframes.
yes.
To provide subdivision approvals and development approvals. For subdivision, it's 80 days. So we had 20 days to say that the application is complete, and 60 days to issue. We're meeting those requirements and often exceeding for what. In terms of the development permits, it's a 60-day, and then 20 days to deem an application complete and 40 days to issue.
And I will add to that, if an application is not complete, the landowner gives time. Usually I give the 21 days, 3 weeks to get in any information, that is required for me to make a decision.
Maybe they don't get it in time, they gotta wait the whole year.
So, no, what I typically do is the last week, if they don't have it in, I have my assistant contact them. I have her call them and say, hey, your deadline is going to be this week. Are you going to be able to make that deadline? And if not, we'll ask for an extension and I will give you an extension for a timeline that is reasonable and you're able to get that information in. And then if you are able to get that in, fantastic, then we can say it's complete and we move on from there.
Then we had another one last week in here drawings and then when it came back, just the hand drawing was good enough.
Mr. Reed, to deal with that one.
That's what the different, items, yeah.
If you want, not to say.
Yes, that's correct.
As our the land use bylaw that you quoted,
Yeah.
is that changed or is that all?
So because I started in November of last year, I cannot speak to the previous land use bylaw because I have no experience with it. All I have is experience with this land use bylaw.
Well, I think we have split staff decide which land use bylaw was before, and maybe, you know, if you're changing the land use bylaw, maybe highlight it. Because that subdivision we're talking about was approved by a different director in 2022, so tell me the difference.
Ms. Vick can only work with the bylaw that's approved at this time.
Yes.
I don't know what the situation was back in 2020.
Well, I don't know, but there was an approval for that subdivision in 2022 signed by the director. I wouldn't know what the change is.
And that lapsed,
Yes.
the development did not occur and lapsed, so therefore we started over.
So I can
And
go
the
back.
question is, why did it change?
Okay.
What's the price of the geotech?
$2,000.
I was just gonna say, I have no idea because I never had to get one.
I have a quote here from one of the applications that were done through us. Or were put forward and they required a geotech, and this ratepayers bill is $21,700 for one subdivision or one geotech on a piece of property.
And I did drive over to the site,
Mhm.
I for the life of me cannot figure out where the erosion problem would be. Just by taking a look at
Yeah.
the situation. So,
So the problem is, as we're all aware, in the farming world, this was a very dry year. And I have to look at it not just in this year as a dry year, I have to look at it What would it look like if we had rain every day of the summer? If we had a very wet year, how would the water look like on that site at that point? I have to look at the worst case scenarios.
Prior to your GPS.
Yes. Exactly.
And remember, Ms. Dickinson doing would be difficult. On page 116, there's items 1, 2, 3, and 4. That describe why she's doing it.
So drainage foreman went out, picked up a look. And so what training has he got to decide if we need geotech or not? If he was the only one that looked at it, is he schooled for that kind of stuff? Did he got a little bit of engineering degree or what's, so what I understand, the house is on a hill and it's been there for years. So it's been standing there for years.
What changed?
Now they want 25 grand to do a geotech study on it.
He's a surveyor and he manages our drainage program, so he's quite aware of considerations of water.
I don't know, everything changed here in the last little bit, the permits from what people are phoning, they're getting harder to get, so. I just don't know what we changed.
Mr. Reed, we did review the only one application, we did indicate that there had been no withdrawals as a result of.
Years before, so that was the one that was a refusal, last year because the applicant refused to get a geotechnical. That's why they were refused, and that would have been
2024.
in 2024, late in the year. I'm sorry, I didn't handle that file, so I'm not even certain where it was located.
So okay, that's pertaining to the subdivision part of it. We have development permits part 2 also in this 7-4. Is there an issue with our inspection company now? We know.
We're dealing with that. 14.
Oh. Well, because this is development permits here also.
It does say development permits, I agree. There, I think that part of that will be addressed in the next section as well.
That's gonna be addressed, cause we've got people waiting over 3 weeks. For them to come and inspect so they can cement the floor. And now, thank God it is warm, but they're finally getting heat in the house this week. 3 weeks they waited for them to come check the plumbs, they can put concrete in the basement.
Yeah,
Not acceptable.
I don't disagree.
So either we have 2 companies and whoever starts, maybe they're a little competition, they'll come a little quicker. Instead of giving everything, giving all the apples to one outfit and then they come when they want.
That's the discussion we're gonna have at 14-1.
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay. Any other questions or concerns in subdivision?
Well, I'd like to know why it came. 2022 and now we need the geotechnical, I'd like to know what the difference is. We can go look at the prior version of the land use bylaw to see what's been changed.
There's some changes in there I didn't realize we we agreed on, so it's they're popping up here now.
Yeah.
And ratepayers want an answer and I can't answer them.
Accept his information, please.
Accept for information, but they get.
Make Roy's motion, we'll vote on. Might need a hand writing it,
Advisors,
regarding changes.
land use bylaw, existing.
Changes to subdivision approval. Yes, but the.
Now, it's not good enough, now we need another 21.
I understand.
See, we're driving need a culvert. And if you put a culvert on the top of the hill that will never be used, it kind of questions the policy. And, you know. So we have that yard site and we need a geotechnical. So if a person bought that yard site and was building a new house, he'd need a permit, right? So at that stage, couldn't you say, don't build a house in the valley where the water is, make sure you build it on the high part of the yard where all the other buildings are?
So, I can technically only say that with regard when I have a geotechnical.
So. Sort of, we've got something on the board. Do you want to make it even more specific regarding changes of subdivision requirements for geotechnical studies? Make it even more specific.
I think it's 25 grand for that one. In your area, it was quoted $25,000.
I never did your drove out there. I also have a copy of previous director saying it was approved. That's where I'd like to know what changed, worded however you want.
Yeah, from then
You know?
till now, right?
Yeah.
It was good enough then, why can't it be good enough
So did
now?
we change the bylaw, whatever, or person drove out there on a different day and had a different view on it?
So advise regarding changes to subdivision requirements from land use bylaw prior to 2024 and the current bylaw. And we know that your intent is surrounding geotechnical approvals.
Okay, I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to advise regarding changes to subdivision requirements from land use bylaw prior to 2024 and the current bylaw 848.22.
Were we gonna include the culverts in there? Cause, we applied for a permit in 831, the government came out from Vermillion, Bearville and instead of culverts, and then we did one on Highway 15, we got the permit and stuff to build. First thing he got out of the truck and said it's right on top of the hill, you don't need a culvert here. Period, so common sense, so are we gonna add that to this, or are we gonna?
So we would add parenthetically after requirements, the words geotechnical and culverts.
Approach culverts. Some of them are right on top of the hill and culvert, I bought one on Saturday and 6 meter cost $1,000.
So the only problem I have with that is that, culvert not addressed in the land use bylaw.
There are approaches for when you do a subdivision. It says they want a culvert to be approach, whether it's on a hill or valley or wherever.
In the land use bylaw?
Probably the general municipal services center.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's not in the land use bylaw for subdivisions, but,
Data with this resolution, you can bring that and see that.
okay.
All right, all in favor? I got it, change.
I'll read it again.
Yeah, sure. There's changes in there, yeah.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to advise regarding changes to subdivision requirements, geotechnical and approach culverts from land use bylaw prior to 2024 and the current bylaw 848.22.
All in favor?
Yeah, period.
Land use bylaw amendments.
We are on page 118. This matter also emerged our strategic planning session as a question. November 13th. What indicated on November 13th. Go ahead.
So I'm going to provide council with an overview of the current land use bylaw limitations regarding second residences as well as tourism-based uses such as wedding venues. The land use bylaw presented several challenges since its adoption in 2024. One of the biggest things being second residences and the restriction on permitting with only one residence per parcel. And although a second temporary dwelling may be considered, it is very limiting, because it's got very specific circumstances that it's allowed, namely accommodation for either farm workers or a caretaker. That's it. Otherwise, I can't approve it. The narrow allowance is increasingly restrictive for many Lamont County residents, and particularly as the demand for multi-generational living continues to grow. While the concerns relating to allowing second or third dwellings on agriculture parcels are valid, especially in terms of preserving agricultural integrity, recent situations, including discussion at the November 4th council meeting, demonstrate that the current limitations are creating unintended barriers. These include restricting the ability of long-term landowners to sell aging properties and preventing families from supporting farm operations without multiple generations sharing a single residence. There are reasonable and responsible ways to accommodate additional dwellings while maintaining necessary regulatory control and limiting down issues. One option would be to classify second and third dwellings as discretionary uses and bring all applications forward to the Municipal Planning Commission for a transparent case-by-case review. Allowing a permanent second dwelling can also reduce the enforcement challenges associated with temporary homes. A recent enforcement file involving removal of an unpermitted mobile home illustrates the burden placed on both residents and the county. Demolition and removal costs exceeded $10,000 and the legal expenses further added to the financial strain. Although the courts often award partial cost recovery, it is rarely sufficient to even cover the cost for legal. Secondly, tourism. Administration has also seen a significant increase in inquiries related to tourism-based rural uses, particularly wedding venues, weekend accommodations. Other agritourism interests include corn mazes, hay rides, small cabin clusters, camping, and community-style event areas. These uses can support local economic development and enhance rural tourism opportunities. However, our current land use bylaw does not contemplate or permit such activities. As a result, administration has had to discourage several proposals that could potentially provide diversification opportunities for Lamont County landowners. Introducing these uses into the land use bylaw requires, of course, careful consideration. Event and tourism uses create significant impacts on neighboring properties, including noise, traffic, dust, increased activity levels, etc. And so for these reasons, administration recommends that such uses be permitted only as a discretionary with clear development standards and all applications being reviewed by the Municipal Planning Commission. This approach ensures transparency, allows council appointed decision makers to evaluate site specific impacts and provide applicants and neighbors a consistent and predictable process for evaluation. We've had a number of inquiries regarding these items, and it appears to be limiting growth in Lamont County to not allow these uses to happen. This would allow Lamont County residents who are concerned about additional residences on their property to have an avenue of which to take forward. Questions?
So one of my comments after the delegation of this council meeting is that planning to state in the bylaws, but there are changes desired in the bylaw. Please direct them and we'll bring forward recommendations. These don't have to be both, this could be one, not the other. There are challenges with tourism-based providers. They typically want to be immediately off the highway. And that creates challenges with roadside development permits, creates the need to upgrade roads, something which Lamont County may not want to do for the purposes of somebody who wants to have a small little tourism event center. But these are alternatives that are available for council to consider if you'd like. Tourism is not a significant economic development effort by Lamont County. We attend to Go East. We publish in their magazine and website. But generally speaking, we do not have any tourism activities here other than perhaps the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village. Okay, those are considerations for you to contemplate.
Okay, so, actually, you brought up Go East. I was at a Go East, the AGM on Friday. Ag tourism is a huge thing that's, like the farm ag style tourism. They're promoting it heavily. Mr. Olson was there too, you know. We have a couple of properties that are small cabin style stayovers. LEDs, I guess, right along Alpine Park fence. And they're starting to get quite a bit of attention. We also have a small feed operation that's trying to start up, local feed operation down in my area. And a venue that is off of them too, is they have a full facility for weddings and everything else. I'm not sure where we went wrong with our land use bylaw last year or whenever when we got it, because if we came across we made a bylaw that said we're not gonna allow this kind of development, that's one of the worst mistakes I think we've made in this council so far.
For tourism?
Tourism and just the ability for these people to actually come and set up and do the venues and.
So we don't prohibit tourism, it's just not contemplated. So the land use bylaw permits, NDP permits something in the land use bylaw, provides the conditions under which it is permitted. I don't think we have things that.
They're not,
tourism, we just don't have a set of rules within which provide.
yes, correct. Currently, we don't prohibit it, but we also don't allow it. That's the concern, is that it's not considered.
No, so we're not saying, no, you can't do it, but we're also telling them, no, you can't do it because we don't have it in our bylaw.
Exactly.
So that's the same as what I was just arguing. We're telling them, no, we're not telling you can't do it, but we're telling you can't do it because we said it in the bylaw. So that's the thing. So we need to amend these bylaws. There's enough. The subdivision one just came up, this one has come up, ag tourism has come up. How many more mistakes are we gonna have if we have a house like we just talked about? We are gonna be shoots at the slaughter because this is the stuff that we didn't get figured out last year when this was brought forward to us. So
This is what we're hearing about now, right?
Right.
How many are in the background, right? Going, well, we just can't get approved.
yeah,
And I can tell you that I've talked to at least 25, either landowners or operators who want to do an agritourism type venue. And I've had to say, I'm sorry, but I have no way to approve what you want to do.
There shouldn't be turning them.
We definitely gotta go over this land use bylaw, especially with the second residence where you're building a house and every farmhouse in our neighborhood lived in the old house while they were building a new house, and now it's from 1961 to present. So they've been doing that for longer than I've been alive, so. We definitely gotta, we just do changes to the bylaw, we have to bring it forward to the ratepayers first, right?
First, no, you can do first,
Reading.
first reading, and then we go to public open houses, yeah.
There's definitely, we definitely have problems with some of this stuff here. And it's the way we, I guess, approved it, not knowing. And now it's coming out, you guys are getting flack on it, we're getting flack on it, so we gotta repair it.
Yeah.
Definitely gotta repair it. 'Cause
So my
it's,
question-
some of the stuff really embarrassing. It's, we gotta fix it.
So my question then to you as council is, one residence is obviously not enough. What is the number that you would like to see permitted as a discretionary use on a residence, on a parcel?
Well, I'd like to see is that if there's like a common sense decision. Common sense decision is if the fella comes in and says, listen, we're not gonna be a second resident for a certain amount of time, like our bylaw says. All we're using it for is, we wanna live in this while we're building our new one, and the new one, or the old one is getting destroyed, taken down,
Yeah.
demolished. Is there a way that they could come in and say to somebody such as yourself, or have to go through Peter, or even have to come up to council? Can we make that decision? Okay, listen, this is your timeline. We can change the amendments to this land use bylaw. And then one of the other things is just even the bylaw, like, is there a way that you just said yourself that you've had 25 people that have come up and you've had to tell them no. Is there a way that you could explain that to Peter, to have him come to us and say, listen, we have an issue? Instead of it coming to now when we've already got 25 people instead of 3 or 4 to start off with.
So I absolutely could have brought it to Peter. I did bring it to the previous director at the time. I also advised each one of them to speak to their council. I was like, you can speak to your council, you can apply yourself to amend the land use bylaw. No, it's restricted, it's not guaranteed, but you can apply to amend the land use bylaw. I just have no ability to do these changes without your guys' direction.
Our time is better spent talking about what we want, what you want rather than this. So I hear the Reeve talking about ensuring that we can have temporary residences, but I hear others talking about wanting to have a second permanent residence.
So the other thing I would like to address with the temporary thing, in this last year, I've had at least 6 files where there was supposed to be the case of, we're gonna build a new home, we're gonna have this a second home, when the new home's built, we're gonna demolish the second one, the second one is still there, and they've been living in the home anyways from, I believe, 4 years to 12, and the second home is still sitting there.
So we need to have some mechanism to ensure that they move out of the temporary home. The only opportunity to do that is probably some sort of security.
True.
But the other thing that we need to be conscious of, and this is why most countries limit permanent second residences, is people will have a second resident on a property, and then the parents die. And the children are fighting over how they're gonna subdivide the land, and they turn to the development officer, and you can't make a lease subdivision using the word legal small. This is the challenge, so there might need to be language in there that says that where a secondary residence is placed, it needs to be placed in a manner that it could in the future be subdivided. That's why most counties limit this.
Yeah, so I did a preliminary search and most allow at least 2.
Right now, helping a friend in, Bridger Island, they have 3 lots with 2 houses. They took, one house down, demolished it, hauled it away for them, and, they got a new one coming here December 4th. From the time it's set up and they got permit, they can move in, they got 12 months to destroy to have the other house.
Yeah.
Demolished.
Yeah. What happens if you don't?
They're, it's, I don't know what do you do if they don't, it's,
So this is the important aspect of, if you're gonna direct us to bring forward amendments, we wanna know what we want. Let's stop talking about what is. What do you want? Do you want temporary with a hammer? I hate using this phrase, temporary with some sort of mechanism. Do you want a permanent under conditions where a legal subdivision can be done?
Go with something So with the temporary, why can't you go with something like as soon as your application, your inspection permits will not be completed till that building is done? You have, right? So I mean, you can go through it and say, listen, okay, your house is built. Your inspections are done. But the permit won't be issued or completed until that house is gone and you move into that one.
Well, I think you won't be able to insure it until they get their permit. So then they're gonna have a little limbo. What if their new house burns down?
Yeah, that could be it.
So that could be an issue,
That could be it.
holding a permit. But there's gotta be a way we can figure it out,
So
so.
it's gotta be some sort of neighboring counties that has to have some kind of there's gotta be other municipalities that are doing it that have.
So in the ones that I looked at, and I looked at all of our adjacent counties, none of them had a temporary residence. It was all second. And one of them, or two of them had a third ability for a third residence. None of it was temporary. And the issue with allowing for a temporary residence is again, enforcement. Because we're going to have the demolition costs being put on us as well as the legal cost to go out to be able to demolish if the landowner refuses to do so. Even as a part of the permit, and part of safety code side of it, they'll just cancel your building permit and move on.
I've got no problem with a second residence. Like, I know it says that they have to be for caregivers or workers and stuff. But how are we gonna bring up our residents and stuff on there for us, for wet, wax off houses and stuff that are livable yet? Put in a second residence policy and stuff that there could be a second residence. Somebody wants to build like our CAO said there that put in that they have to subdivide. If they have to subdivide, then it is gonna be subdividable.
Yeah.
And stuff on there, so I've got no problem with a second residence.
Well, yeah, it's okay, multi-generational farms.
Second residence, okay, except for the heartland, because it'll,
Yeah.
we already got in the heartland and
That
that.
the other thing to deal with your temporary residence situation is you allow for the second residence. And then part of the second residence permit is that they say they're going to demolish this. So then you get a demolition permit and a second residence permit. And then when they're complete, all of that's done. And then regardless, that second residence is still good.
Sounds to me like we want both. So, it's like we want to be able to have a second residence that's temporary with some sort of boat. We want to allow more than one residence, provided that it can be legally subdivided in the future.
Oh, even a second resident, they're gonna be paying taxes on both houses, right?
Exactly.
During population.
Population taxes go up.
Mhm.
Okay,
So not necessarily they wanna subdivide it off, so. A lot of them have their kids living in there until they can build on another farm or whatever it takes, right? Or buy another house.
Or even a sibling that wants to farm together.
yeah.
Yeah, what's yours?
Yeah.
That was, I was gonna say, that was one of the regulations I saw on another county was that they have to have separate services and have to be able to be legally subdivided. And for that separate services then and legally subdivided is there's a certain distance from property lines that they have to be.
I think we have that here because we have actually an employee here that when they built their house, they were gonna tie into the same sewer system and they were not allowed. That was, but that's the inspection or the inspection. Yeah.
Alberta government has the rules on septic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a guy that lives less than 2 miles out of town. He's got a resident in a trailer, kids living in a trailer when they're out here farming and so and he'll never, it's not subdividable and never subdivided, but 2 residents with the word subdividable. We don't need it to be subdivided and just pay taxes on 2 houses. Right? We get our extra money on taxes, so.
Mr. Reed, we've got a recommended motion here that's bringing that. The changes to address additional loans and tourism uses, I think Ms. Dick has a strong sense of what it is. So if you're right at that, then it's right for you.
Quick question also on that, does the county have any bed and breakfasts in the rural area?
I don't know of any, that doesn't mean that they are permitted, it is, in the land use bylaw for bed and breakfasts, but I don't know of any.
Is it classified as tourism or is it just classified as?
So I would consider bed and breakfast as a tourism use. It's all of the other uses that want to go along with the bed and breakfast that, and so part of having a bed and breakfast is the landowner or the homeowner has to live in the bed and breakfast as part of the regulations. And so what we have seen is that people want to have their own home, but then they also want to have this place to stay for different events, venues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
Okay, can I have somebody read the motion, please? Somebody read it for you.
Review land use bylaw 848.22 and bring back changes for approval to council with regards to additional homes and tourist uses.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. I was gonna say, you guys wanna have a quick? 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Yes, we'll be back at 11:10. Excuse me. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll proceed here with the rest of the meeting. Board and committee updates, 7.6.
We are on page 121. We appointed a counselor to a committee they no longer expect us to be a part of, and we learned of a committee that is looking for someone to represent. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Lamont to take you through it.
Yes, Reed and Council, Lamont. I have handed out an additional piece of email that we received. That is for the second part of the report. First of all, we received an email from the Community Future Bill Region Board that I personally have tried to contact numerous times before. After we had let them know that Councillor Torowski was appointed as a member for the Community Futures Elk Island Region Board for Lamont County, I received an email that the board wishes to appoint members from other municipalities. So the appointment is no longer. And council may wish to rescind the resolution so that we have no open resolution and no best because you have no member on that board.
What board is that, sorry?
What, that's the Community Future Park Island Region.
Okay, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Mr. Councilor Warwer was on that board previous.
Okay.
And the second item would be the email that you have in front of you, the additional piece of information. We had previously received an email from the Vermilion River Watershed Alliance with an invitation to attend an engagement session on the state of the Vermilion River Watershed Report. But unfortunately, that meeting was scheduled for today. And so we could not announce any attendances. The next meeting on the additional piece of information that you have in front of you, just handed out, announces that a meeting was rescheduled for Friday, June 30th. And unfortunately, council has a meeting on that day as well.
Where does it does show our land orientation? Now, that doesn't mean that all members of council need to go, however.
So we would like to hear from you whether you would like to just receive this information regarding the Vermilion River Watershed Alliance, or if you want to do something else.
Mr. Thorowski, or Councillor Thorowski, would you be interested in being on the Vermilion River Watershed Steering Committee?
Yes, I would. I read through it, most of it. It's pretty interesting. Yes, I would.
So really, there's just two action plans then. One is rescind resolution 623-2025, and the other one would be to appoint Councillor Thorowski to the watershed.
I can make a motion if you like. Lamont County Council rescind resolution 623-2025. The Lamont County Council appoint Councillor Gerald Torowski as a member to the Community Futures Elk Island Region Board. No, that's wrong. That's sorry.
No,
Yeah, you're rescinding.
Oh, okay, rescinded. Okay, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so rescind that.
Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Great. Need another one to appoint Mr. Thorowski.
Lamont County Council appointed Council Gerald Torowski as member to the Vermilion River Watershed Alliance Steering Committee.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7.7, follow-up action plan. November 25.
Continue to make progress on the various directives. Happy to answer any questions. Please use the index number to identify which item you are asking about. We also want to provide an update to item number 21 that has to do with sale of tax credit. First, some questions. Give you an update on that activity.
Okay, anybody have any concerns or questions about?
Maybe we can free up the questions. Mr. Deep said we made any progress on the Heartland Water Station and addressing the pump.
We didn't get any further since last met, but I do have our utility operator reaching out to them to try and set up a meeting for this week.
What are we waiting on there, Darby?
We're waiting on approved drawings, so that when we core the floor, we don't end up going through any structural, members within that, concrete, floor.
Okay, how big of a core is it, a 4 or 6 inch or?
So we need to put in a approximately 8-inch diameter, hole and then have a stainless steel sleeve go through and then the pump would be set down.
Yeah, basically, we're not worrying about the plumbing on the outside. We'll get the pump in and then do the plumbing later. You were saying about hiring, lifting it? The plumbing on the outside, the 4 inch, you said you were gonna lift it for.
Yeah, so that we've had some discussions on that. To try and raise up that. There is some issues with the building, the way it's, the eave sticks out. So we're trying to come up with a way to make it so that it's secure and doesn't affect the roof.
I had a welder friend hauling water with me and he said right at the end of the day, just I-beam up and higher on the outside and it's done. Just the zigzag on the outside of the building, otherwise you're gonna get into the roof and structure and stuff. But it'd be nice to get that up and running. Definitely, we'll have more water sales, guys.
Trying to make every attempt to have that done by the end of the year.
Do we have any, sorry, that's 17. Is there any talk about the dust abatements? Dust?
Yes, so we've got an item coming up further with council on our dust control policy.
Yep.
But in regards to number 17, council directed us to investigate. We went through, we don't have no road use agreements issued for using Range Road 193 south of Highway 15. We did speak with the residents that did bring send in the concern council. Let them know if they do see any increased traffic to let us know. We haven't received no confirmation from them back. They've seen any traffic. We have been doing monitoring both our CPO and Public Works supervisors. We have not seen any heavy haul traffic on that road since council directed us back in September.
Yeah, because I did get a follow-up asking if there'd been any decision. Obviously, they've been talking with you and not talking with anybody else. Oh. Okay, we will discuss that after. Anything else?
Just some information on number 21, the tax forfeiture properties. We have received 6 sales on, so 2 in Whitford and 4 in Boston. They've been complete, they've been sold at market value. We have some additional ones that are pending as well today. So overall, actually, it's been quite good. So we received about 32, just a little over 32,000 for those properties. That the outstanding taxes on them are right around 14,164. So the remaining part. So what happens with those properties? They go to the new people. They become taxable now that people can build, do whatever they want on them. And the difference gets held in the bank accounts for 10 years. And we have to actively seek out who those people are so that that profit goes back to the owners. If not, after 10 years, then we're allowed to bring that back into revenue. So yeah, so good news on some of these lots being sold and hopefully we'll be seeing development on some of them as well.
Question about these properties that go up for sale. I know I've had some ratepayers question, where are these advertised?
They're advertised through MLS and they're gonna be advertised in the paper as well, and so,
Okay.
and there's, yeah, and there's signs gonna be, are being put up.
There's been some questions from ratepayers going, you know, we're not having access to be able to bid on these properties, so.
They're through MLS, they can do it through any realtor, so.
Okay, we advertise in the paper and stuff, when they're coming up for for sale, you know,
Okay,
and so you'll be able to let people know.
And on September 9th, if I'm not mistaken, the listing was public.
Yes, it was.
There's one other highlight.
Yeah.
If I may, item 30, the last item in the list. This was a request by a gentleman who owns property on Eagle 192, between Range Road 580 to 800 meters south of Township 580, Township 580. He indicated a desire for us to provide him some sort of preferred access to those lands. Today, he gates the property. He indicated that the property anyway, after numerous NSPDs, there has been no response from the original owner. So we are asking that council move to rescind resolution 2024-120. Here on the next. Really not important.
So he wants to lock Township Road, right, or the,
Yes, so for the new members of council, Mr. Akip came into, he purchased the property on one side of the road, and he holds a lease on Crown land on the other side of Range Road 193. Both are 160 acre quarters, and the Range Road 193 is an undeveloped road south of Township Road 580, and he's had multiple instances as was trying to build a house of people coming into his property and stealing. So he reached out wanting to put up a gate along the rollout. In discussion with county's legal counsel, they recommended issuing a license of occupation to allow him to put up the gate and allow access to the neighbors, but keep undesirable people out. Over the course of just over a year, I've tried to reach out to him to complete the license of occupation. There's some information you need from him. I understand he's been to the county admin office multiple times, but has not reached out to us. If it's council's desire, we can continue to try to reach out to him on an occasional basis, or if he does come in and we can bring him back for things.
go ahead and rescind it.
Yeah, I rescinded, let him come back and if there's still another existing issue. Yeah, like no sense us waiting a time and.
Closing roads, so.
Okay, so we'll need somebody to make that motion.
I can do that, Lamont County Councilors. I gotta look, we had about 30 meetings. Lamont County Council rescind regular council meeting, August 27th, 2024 resolution RES 2024-520. The Lamont County Council direct administration to issue a license of occupation to Kevin Hackett for Range Road 192 from Township Road 580 to 800 meters south of Township Road 580.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, if there's no other questions or concerns with the follow-up action plan, we can. Yeah, all in favor? Oh, somebody has to make the motion, we should do that first.
Sure, I'll do that. I motion that Lamont County accept the action item report for November 25th, 2025 is information.
Perfect. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so
we identified as a time specific item in the compensation study. That is in the committee of the whole, so you may wish to go in the committee of the whole.
yeah, I need someone to make the motion that we move the committee of whole, no. You said 0.8.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a real crap.
You under a contract?
No, not at all. It was the first was that was from January 14th to 16th. This is one of those conferences that I need council to move my registration as a candidate, so. For that.
We will provide new councilors the policy that identifies the things that are within council's ability to do. Councilor ability to do directly and those that require. We'll provide that policy.
For the village of Clean Plant, Roy's on board. And then you have the meeting.
So, I think County of Two Hills, they have 2 reps on that board. And County Lamont has 1, so I think the counties pay for that registration, and the board sends some members at large too, and the seed plant pays for their registration.
And the seat plan pays for the meetings and stuff, it doesn't cost the county anything to have Roy on the board.
No,
Except for
all the county pays this one.
no, but the regular meetings,
But they're normal.
but this is the only thing that it costs us, so. Right?
Regular meetings, the county pays too.
Oh, I thought,
They pay for the members at large.
Okay.
But the counties pay for their reps on there.
yeah, it was that when they were getting every year $1,000 or whatever.
Well, that was a grant.
Yeah.
County, Two Hills, I can't remember if they give 4 or 8,000.
Yeah.
We used to get 1 and then we canceled it, but.
Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry, Roy, I was just trying to bring the guys up to.
Okay, so if somebody wants to make that motion.
I can do that. Lamont County Council approve Councilor Roy Anaka attendance at the seed processing plant annual general meeting in January 2026.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, now we need a motion to move into committee of the whole. Actually, I can let Lamont County Council move it back to this 2025 regular council meeting, committee of the whole meeting at 11:31 a.m. Concerns? All in favor? Yeah.
Have a portion of the report. We have a portion that if required, we would go into closed session to review with council. This is a timely update. This is related to 3.8 in the corporate business plan, which indicated we would complete a compensation study. So we've asked Mr. Farmer, who undertook this review, to present the results. You'll see that Mr. Farmer is either doing Movember or getting ready for a part in an upcoming play.
Thank you very much. I'm playing Nathan Detroit with Guys and Dolls, so the character is supposed to have a mustache.
Should have taken an opportunity to raise the funds for a project.
Well, that happily it overlaps with November, so it explains the reason for the mustache. Counselor and I, and not the mustaches aren't stylish.
So yeah, just for introduction, on page 234 talks about how in 2022,
that the county engaged an external consultant to complete the comprehensive review of the compensation system. And that review at that time used 12 council-approved comparables for Lamont County. And you'll see in there that the key consideration was answering the question of where the Lamont County may lose talent to, or where the county may draw talent from. And that these data sources were similar to the data sources were selected as similar to Lamont County that have geographic proximity to large Alberta municipalities. And at that time, it was also council's direction that Lamont County target the 50th percentile of the resulting benchmarks to establish the revised salary grid. Using the results of that study, council approved a grid in January 2023 and moved all county employees onto that approved grid. So in reason for that change of that grid is that the previous grid structure was quite unmanageable. It had dozens of overlapping salary bands. Some salary bands didn't even have people in them. So the salary bands that were brought forward were much more in alignment with the organization of the county. So it consolidated the positions into 8 bands based on a job analysis, and grouped those positions based on some key factors such as training or education, level of responsibility, reporting relationships, etc. And so since 2022, Lamont County has retained that grid structure and has been adjusted solely to reflect the council approved cost of living adjustments linked to provincial and federal rates of inflation. So then this summer, Human Resources was directed to complete a high level assessment of the grid relative to those benchmarks. And then so at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Farmer to talk about what was done and the results of those studies. And as Mr. Kowalski said, if council wants more detail, we can also go into closed session and talk more detailed numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in doing a compensation study, there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. One of them would be what was done in 2022, where a couple of, in that case, a few dozen individual positions were surveyed. And so you send a comprehensive survey around the different municipalities. And you ask them to respond based off a description for each individual job position, what their salary range is for that position, as well as other compensation factors. So you typically look at things like benefits, the benefit package, things like health spending accounts, dental, medical, all the various aspects. You can get very micro with it. That process is very time consuming and actually requires a reciprocal agreement with participants because they generally want to know what the results were. And so you provide reports back. In this case, because this study was done in 2022, we didn't think it was the best use of resources to go back through that process again. Instead, what we looked at was collecting salary grids, which municipalities are quite willing to provide, and then taking a look at comparable classifications. Most municipal salary grids work off a division of about 6 categories. So you have administrative and clerical positions, you have technical positions, professional, supervisory, manager, and director. Those are basically the tiers. And it works out that if you combine your bands 1 and 2, which are 2 split clerical position or clerical bands, you end up with something that maps really nicely against that and allows you to compare similar positions across municipalities without having to go out and do a comprehensive survey. So that's what we did. We got a number of municipalities to participate in providing us with their salary data through their salary grid structure, and then did a comparison of their average high and low for the various categories that we have. What we determined in looking at that was that when you use comparable benchmarks to what was done in 2022, you remain relatively close to market. You are at very close to that 50th percentile for market that you were at when the study was done in 2022. That's more or less what I would have expected because it demonstrates that other municipalities that you're comparing to are also doing COLA adjustments, and that your COLA adjustments have been fairly consistent with what they're doing. I will note, as mentioned, that the benchmarks that were done in 2022 were based on factors like where you were most likely to lose staff and where you were drawing from. So it was very much larger municipal comparables in the capital region. So we have things like the city of Fort Saskatchewan, Leduc, as well as Strathcona County, Sturgeon County, City St. Albert, the larger comparables in the region. But you do remain relatively close to those. Looked at something similar for operator and labor positions. Those ones as well, you were actually fairly close to market right now in terms of operator and labor positions. That's less surprising because, or is not surprising because for the most part, municipalities across the province for those types of positions are all grounded by municipalities that do union agreements. And so we're all mostly coming in fairly close to, even if we don't have a union, we all through benchmarking end up fairly close to what union positions look like for all the union type roles. Is there anything else that we need to address? I can go into more detail in terms of the specific numbers that I identified, but that would be the high level comment is that at this time as human resources, I'm not recommending any amendment to grid beyond cost of living adjustment for 2026.
And that's a budget decision.
Ultimately, yes.
Did you compare to those in Minburn and that instead of the St. Albert and that? They're totally out of our league, those areas, so.
I have, as part of the benchmark, I didn't look specifically at the one you mentioned or what you mentioned, but I did do a comparable as well with some municipalities to benchmark effectively based off of factors like size and equals assessment.
That's funny you say that, because I'm looking at this list too, going like, wow. You know, that's
So Mr. Farmer's being honest to the original study that was done back in 2022, and this was the council approved list. We do have other information that we can present to you in closed session that should help address it.
Okay, so do you want to move in? Does anybody have a?
Let's go into closed session, get that, find out what that is, and then keep going here.
Motion is on the board there. Somebody wants to.
I'll make it go on. Lamont County Committee of the Whole move to the November 25th, 2020.
Should move into the closed session.
Okay, just, yeah, fix her up. You just want me to start.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try again. Lamont County Committee of the Whole move into a closed meeting at 11:42 a.m. to discuss the following item. A biannual compensation survey, ATIA 29-1D 31B.
All right, all in favor? Yep. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have a motion. The compensation study results. If somebody could read that, please.
Sure. I move the Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the 2025 compensation study results as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we will move the committee to return back to regular council meeting.
Yeah, we gotta do.
Oh, right, sorry, we jumped ahead.
You just got the report? then?
Yeah. Make a motion that we accept the report as information, please. Sorry. One. Very good.
How long would you like?
Okay, do the half hour. Yeah. Okay, we'll recess till 12:30. Good afternoon, welcome back. We will continue the November 25th regular council meeting. We'll be starting back off on 8.1, committee hold dust abatement, dust control, sorry.
Reference earlier. Under the council act that we brought back. This control meeting, the policy that council wishes to review. There were some suggestions made through August. Go ahead.
So Kelly's policies related to dust control. Today we're on policy 5107.23, which designates which roads the county will provide dust abatement at no cost to residents, and also identifies the type of product. So within policy 5107, council has decided on locations to provide either oil or calcium dust abatement. The roads identified in the policy are typically higher up roads that are utilized by multiple sectors, for example, agriculture or ground production, where numerous residential properties are located. As previously directed by council, administration does not utilize calcium in Division 5. That resolution passed April 14th of 22. Starting in 2024, Public Works stopped applying calcium chloride through full depth application and instead provides a surface application at each location within the policy twice per year, typically in May and August. This change was brought in to reduce the time it took to complete the program from 4 weeks to approximately 3 days per seasonal application, which also reduced the cost of the program as the additional cost of the product is more than production. This also allowed Public Works to reallocate staff projects, for example, a speaker program, shoulder pulls. During the skills term, specifically, radio 165 between township 580 582. So numerous locations within Division 5, it was 12, 26. Council further direct administration to add dust control in township at township 562 and radio 201 and 185, and to bring back information on an amended dust control policy in the future. In addition to these amendments, administration has trialed the use of MG30 fluoride on numerous projects, both as a space stabilization technique and as a surface dust abatement. We've been monitoring the use of MG30 and found it provides increased dust abatement benefits with calcium chloride at a slightly increased cost per application, with the added benefit that only include the add-ons per year. The 3 amendments were made in fall 51 of 2022, 3 of the merged items, likely because county council had not reviewed the policy in full since 2024. County council may wish to direct staff to bring back the policy for approval with the amendments above. So starting on page 157, policy 5107 highlights all the locations that we will use one, and while starting on the bottom of page 1, we use for. So for the majority of the locations, they are residences only. There are select roads, for example, Township Road 553, the SO Road, that's the full length to Gore State, and the hospital road right there.
There any talk or thought of getting it hot mixed, if they're hot mixing 855 and stuff right there, put a layer of hot mix on that road on there, the base?
There's been no discussion with council over putting that to topics. It may be a project that we could speak to Alberta Transportation, possibly, incorporating their product. That work is planned for spring, summer 2026.
Yeah, the paving of E55, that's what I was. I know a previous counselor, I had mentioned to him when they had a private paving job on Highway 15 and stuff on there, and I don't know if it was ever brought to council, but that's one of the things, if a person put a hot mix layer on top of that road, I think it'd be a lifetime road and stuff. Yeah, that road's got some 40 mil underneath it, compact. I think that oil job that was done on there was done, I don't know what year it was done. And it's holding very well. There is one or two of the blocks, there's always potholes, but there's one soft spot. I know it's not cheap comments, but it would outlast. And
Yeah, I have had some, I've seen paving over top of Colmex. Once, it didn't last a number of years. It's done as a cheap alternative to full depth reclamation and paving. I think there was no cracking in it for at least 10 years.
That MD30 we got at St. Michael on 562 for how many miles? 2 or 4? Where we got?
I believe we've got 2 miles there.
Yeah. I went to a birthday party on Sunday and everybody in St. Michael was bitching about that stuff now, and it's humid and it stayed slimy, not cold enough to freeze, and got on the vehicle. So I went to the dump on Friday and I got it on my dump trailer. That it don't come off. It's
Yeah, it's just snot.
yeah, it's bad. I went about 15 kilometers an hour, so I didn't get it on the dump trailer. There's nothing, I don't care what speed you go, the ship floats. The people in St. Michael are just living. They said they come down down the paved road, the window gets smashed, they come that way, they can't watch it off the car. It's, and I agreed, because we went to that birthday, and then I was only going about 15 kilometers an hour with the wife's vehicle. We're half an hour early and they got there late. And then you try to wash that crap off, it don't come off. So they said we'd sooner drive in dust than have that slime there.
Yeah, I did a little investigation myself. There is clay with clay content in there. And she will turn snotty if it has clay content in the material, eh?
And that is the drawback to MG30. It doesn't fully cure like calcium does. It does retain access to pavement properties for multiple years, but when it does get, when it rains, or it can come out a number of times. I've seen it where they go on gravel over top of it. The first time I used it, at Beaver County, we put too much in and had to re-gravel it 3 times in 2 years. So every time we rain, we gravel it. So it does have to be applied at the right application based on the material, based on the depth.
I know they're not happy there. And the patching crew, they never came around in Division 5 last year. They did. One place I asked for needed about 3 wheelbarrow pulls. They ripped it up on 192, and then we got a whole bunch of not one patching crew come through the summer on oil. And some of that oil is from the 70s. It's still good. They got a couple holes still. It'll last a long time, but nobody showed up.
This is the latest one.
So
Towards the end of the summer with the additions.
this one does not show the additions, because this was never brought back to council 3 times we had items added. So if council's satisfied with just these 3 amendments, we can bring forward this policy with these 3 amendments for full adoption. So it would be 5107.25. Also, depending on whether council wants to approve it in December or January. If council wishes to do a more thorough policy, we can bring it on.
On 560 between Range Road 201, Range Road 200, we replaced the oil on just west of the railway tracks there for that yard. In the meantime, the line plant sent trucks and they wrecked the heads on it, wrecked it really bad. Are we gonna repair that? They stopped the trucks, they're not going there anymore, but it's got a strip down the middle. It's terrible.
That's,
By Dennis's place. It's just east of where the rail yard is going now.
yeah. Township Road 560 does not show up within this policy. Those were done, my understanding is those were done as part of compensation when the road was constructed. If council wishes to bring it within the policy, we definitely can. Right now, it's not part of the policy.
Well, they replaced it and then line plant, the trucks are going the wrong way and wrecked it and then nobody ended up fixing it again. It would have lasted a long time. There's no trucks going on. It would have lasted a long time, but now we get freezing rain. It's gonna be dangerous because it's got a hump in the middle.
That road subject to a road use agreement?
No, that section is not. There was a couple of trucks over 2 years ago. They came from Highway 45 instead of coming 31. The section to the west, the Region 201 does fall under the AMRT.
Yep, just this fall they put it on, so they don't have to climb onto the road on the hill on 15 below the Super V's on 201. So they're going north and around, which
Is that better added as a capital?
If council wants to cap 4560 under the new policy, we can.
You cost it out.
You would be part of this program. So let's do it as a one-off.
so right now we got 1 mile that doesn't have a road use agreement. And one west where AMRT got it, they're supposed to at the end of the year, like they're gonna fix that oil up.
Yeah, so as part of the road use agreement, next summer, we'll review the condition of it, and if it needs to be redone, then it'll be up to AMRT. I'll bring one of the RAM, whatever I'm gonna use today. And then the portion from Range Road 200 east to 831, that falls under drainage.
They're watering there. So if they wouldn't have said, if those trucks wouldn't have snuck that way for the and wrecked it, it would have been good. That oil would have lasted a long time.
So wants that to be added. Added to the policy when these other changes. I guess there were no adjustments made since August because there was no dust control being done since August. So if there's any other changes, we can incorporate them all now.
There's only one garbage, it's not under road use agreement, so. And once it's fixed, it's gonna last a long time. On 560.
You guys find the question, like, why are they still here, or what's the deal?
I would say council's done a thorough review over the last 3-4 years. Some have been changed. I think the ones that council's identified make sense. We have had questions raised to us. Looking at Range 164, Township Route 580, a couple other where we do oil in some locations and calcium in others. Years ago, 3 years ago, if it's oil, we'll continue oiling. If it's calcium, we will do calcium. If they want to pay the difference, they would pay the difference the first time. So we do give them that option. There is only one special case that I found. Radio 61 in Township 580, Salon Church is the only church highlighted specifically. Other than that, there's no other churches, rural churches identified, but we do treat them as a residence with a phone against it.
Yeah, the two we got on Range Road 200 is north of 45. It used to have oil past there's two churches and a shared graveyard in the middle. They ripped it up and then there's another oil there. It's Catholic church.
One way north there too, but I don't know why it ever got done. It's where the river rats used to be.
Yeah, well, that's, a counselor lived on that road,
Oh,
around the corner, the Duff Road. So that's where the seventies and eighties, Bill lived.
Well, they did a good job of it because it's still there, but.
Well, that's like on 201, north of our place. There's 3/4 of a mile, it's hard like a rock,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, a couple potholes to fill,
There's
there's
three.
three.
Dad used to go to town or?
3 yards. No. He lived on Highway 45,
Oh.
so this spot, 26 years ago. They'll be paved in the next 4 years.
Number of places that the hand patch crew has not patched and stuff for 2 years already. I did put in some work requests this summer when I went over a few of them. I sent a few work requests in, but I've found a number of them in the last 2 weeks hunting and stuff on there. There's one really bad one, and I can't remember where. It's actually a real bad hazard, and so I gotta pack myself back. Work request.
Yeah, I don't know every location they've done this year, but I can go through and if there's service requests that were missed, we can make sure that they're repaired. We do have some ability to do some patching right now. There's no snow. It's just a matter of, making sure the material is hot, so we bring it into the shop the night before, take it out and do some patching those.
We still have the actual complex.
No, that was disposed.
Oh. Took me 4 years to get that.
Yeah, I couldn't live without wine.
Yeah, for sure. 4 years to get it.
Minutes to list.
Huh?
Took about 10 minutes to list.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or concerns with dust control? Read the motion.
Sure. I motion that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole, Direct Administration, to bring back dust control policy 5107.23 to a future council meeting.
Questions or concerns?
In favor?
Here. Moving on a little bit.
Mr. Reed, the next item is, page 2, the procedure bylaw, we're on page 153. You'll recall from your various orientations that the procedure bylaw is something that is recommended to be reviewed at the beginning of each council term. The procedure bylaw is really the set of rules that the council sets out to govern how you will hold meetings. There are some shortcomings in the current procedure bylaw based on changes that were made to the MGA, and there are some other practices that could be reproduced with bylaw.
The procedure bylaw is classified on how you want to hold your meetings, and you are free to add or delete items that you no longer want there within the mandatory requirements of the we had a few changes this year between May and September to the Municipal Government Act, and one significant change we have already talked about in previous meeting is section 145, which says that there cannot be no longer a code of conduct in a procedure bylaw. So that part of our procedure bylaw healed by the MGA, by the same committee. It's no longer valid. That is section 145. 9, council may not make bylaw under this act. Then you the 22 to 24. People have attempted been further on, 8 of the Municipal Government Act says any be present at the meetings and other committee meetings conducted in public unless the person chairing the meeting expels a person. So we have addressed the attendance of council meetings to attendance in person. People can come in here to watch the council meeting, or they can view it on YouTube. We within the council meeting is recorded and can be viewed on YouTube live. And after the fact, after the meeting has been finished, it is still on YouTube to watch. We further record the meeting for our own purposes, mainly for record keeping purposes, for minutes and such. Now, I have following suggestions to make if you want to review this procedure bylaw, which is common every 4 years with a new council to go through it, because customs change and preferences change. How we want our suggestions are the following. Page 3, first we have to change the FOID Act into ASIA and POPA, and because the FOID Act was replaced last year by ASIA and POPA. On page 4 of our council of procedure bylaw, mention of a quorum, but we do not have directly defined how many councillors need to be in a council meeting. So it would be maybe a good idea to add a number of council members who constitute a quorum, minimum of 3, so that a decision can be made. So you could make that changes into the definition of a quorum. In part 2 of our procedure bylaw, a section stating that the reef of Lamont County is the official spokesperson for Lamont County is missing. I think we had something to that effect in a previous procedure bylaw that was taken out.
Or in the code
of conduct, yes. And then we mentioned the code of conduct, section 22 to 24. They have field that need to be removed. For delegation, page 16 of our procedure bylaw, section 58. In the past year, we have noticed that some delegations would like to come back and discuss the same item again for the same reasons. And it might be an idea to change that section 58, saying delegations shall not address the same subject matter more than once a year unless new information arises, so that you will not hear the same thing again. For the public hearing, the first this was put into the current procedure bylaw because we were awaiting some changes to the Municipal Government Act, but did not quite knew at the time what they would be. Now we know, and we could, and according to the MGA now, that public hearings have to be held as part of a regular council meeting. They cannot be held in the afternoon. Virtual participating in meetings, our section 111 requires an update as per MGA changes of May 15, 2025. A council may by bylaw provide for council meetings or council committee meetings to be conducted by electronic means. But now the MGA changes it into every council must by bylaw provide for public hearings under part 17 to be conducted by electronic means. So we could, in the past, we could decide whether or not we want to electronically record a public hearing. Now we have to offer electronic means for And then, coming to a Schedule A, that's the order of business. What you see in your agenda package from 1 to 12 or 14 like we have today. We have in the recent past, we have changed our correspondence items into correspondence for action and correspondence for information. Just to separate correspondence items that require action from council, others just for information. One could possibly split the business item up into unfinished business, something that we have to pick up again from a previous council meeting. And new business, something that newly arises in a council. But council may have other ideas what you want to do. Peter, why not? If you
That's usually he was fine. So.
People still following their own code of conduct. Not following MGA, they're still implementing their own, but I mean, there's talk that it's gonna be revamped again anyway, sooner than later.
The NGA actually said it's still for council to have a code. Subject to.
There's no concerns with this. Can I get the motion, please? Questions or concerns? We're probably gonna. Yep, delegation will start here at 1 o'clock, so, which is right now. So we might as well revert back to 5.2 for our ERP business case. And keep back. We don't need to come out of committee of the whole again.
so have a strong practice in terms of IT and enterprise resource planning system. So, Rod, why don't you pick up where I left off? And
Thank you, Mr.
did I
Ross.
give you any meat on the bone?
Just a little bit. So, yeah, so that business case that was brought forward in budget last year was to determine what ERP systems are available, what Lamont County. So part of the prompting, well, not part of the prompting to bring this forward was that Microsoft Dynamics platform has announced that they were end of life. They've pushed it back a little bit, but it's now scheduled for September 30th, 2029. And our financial software runs on that Microsoft Dynamics. So when we were looking for quotes, we had asked the various consultants to give us a couple of options. Can we stay with what we've got? Should we change? And if we do change, what are our options? And I don't want to steal any of Dave's thunder, but on page 21 and 22 of your package, just a little bit of the summary we did on the briefing notes. What Tantas provided us was a business case, and that is also available in your package for council's perusal. It is 70 pages long, so a great nighttime reading. So
They will put you to sleep, there's no doubt.
but on page 93 of the package is a presentation that we've asked to have brought forward to council. We will also be talking about this at budget next week. But we thought it would be appropriate that council hear the meat of this business case from the people who put it together. And we appreciated them doing this. This is not something that is easily done on the side of the desk. And frankly, the numbers that came out of there surprised me, the size of them, but I understand why they're there. So there's a number of municipalities that are going through this as well. So with that, I think I've gave all the accurate introduction. I'll turn it over to Dave.
And I'll conclude. No, if you could go to the first slide, please. So the business case document that's in your package, I think they alluded to 70-some pages. It's a pretty-formal layout. We've used it for years. It's similar to the government of Alberta's that they stole from the government of Ontario, and it gives you a pretty good synopsis on how to make a decision in a business case, and that's the whole crux of a business case itself. Is you weigh various perspectives, including financial, and you come up with what would be the best path forward. I'm not going to go through each of the sections, but they're all there for you. I'm just going to try to give you a high-level summary of this, and if you'd like to dig deeper in any particular space, more than happy to do so. Can you go to the next one, please? So the text isn't real big on that one, but as Mr. Boyko alluded to, your system is going out of commission in 2029. One of the unique pieces of this business case compared to others is we usually evaluate the status quo. The what if you do nothing? That's not an option for you. The risk it would provide, the software will still function, but you don't get any updates, you won't get any security patches, you won't get any new functionality, and you're kind of on your own. There's nobody to support it and to help you through. So we decided that wasn't a worthwhile option to evaluate. I would like to give you a bit of context on this. Typically, municipalities over the last decade, 2 decades that I've been involved, there's maybe 3 or 4 municipalities in Alberta that are replacing their financial system, their ERP system at any one year. Like, it's not a common thing. They're big ticket items. They last a long, long time. But we're in a very odd place right now. You don't have a system, but there's a system that's quite common in municipalities called Serenic. Serenic goes dark in a similar fashion December 31st this year. We currently have 6 projects underway to replace ERP systems in municipalities in Alberta that were on the Serenic platform. The next one to hit is this Microsoft Great Plains. We estimate that there's 220 municipalities in the province that are going to have to go through this exercise. They are the dominant player in municipal finance, and everybody's
coming through the end of the tunnel at the same time. I don't mean to make light of it, but if it makes you feel any better, there's a number of municipalities in your shoes. I compliment your administration and your council's vision. You are ahead of most of the others. The concern is always when that many people are looking for service at the same time, that if you delay, as many will, the vendors get very backed up. And so I applaud you folks for taking some proactiveness on this. But that's kind of where you are. So if I get the next slide, please. So in terms of, for the project, we tried to determine what would success look like. So what are we evaluating? What would be the objectives? So number one, we've said to improve the capabilities. Your current system is fine, but, and I throw that on there, it doesn't allow for a lot of the new things that are changing your business requirements, industrial parks, water treatment, like water supplies. Those types of things would be very hard to square pegs to fit in the round holes of your current systems. And change is going to continue. So having a bit more flexibility around your financial applications and processes is an objective. The cost of supporting, I said status quo is not an option. If you wanted to spend an incredibly considerable supply of money, you could probably find a private vendor that would support you out through 2029. But the dollars attached to that, I certainly wouldn't even recommend that you consider that. I think now is the time for a new application. A new application can actually lower some of the operational costs. If you take into account the number of spreadsheets that are used to manage business, the number of isolated data forms on the systems that don't talk to each other. There's a lot of manual work to support a financial product like this. There's risk attached to your current system. It is not cutting edge by any stretch. It's not a great for construction standpoint. It's not built very well. And your staff is doing a really good job keeping it chugging along, but that only lasts so long. There's also the idea of enhancing some functionality. We keep talking with municipalities across the province about being less siloed and being able to share information with each other. A lot of these systems that are employed right now, you can't do that, or should say can't. All it takes is time and money, but it's not a viable way to do it. And as well, the whole world, we've just started to practice. I think we're into year 3 of municipal cybersecurity. The issues showing up, and you think, who wants to hack Lamont County? Who wants to hack the village of what happened? Those attacks are happening more than you want to believe, and the impact to your ability to protect private information of residents and your ratepayers is compromised, and could be compromised with your current system.
We uncovered 2 attempts yesterday.
It's just reality now. Yeah. So being able to, and those are the ones you see. So who knows? All right. So those were, we felt that if we addressed those 5 objectives, that it would be a successful project. Can I have the next slide, please? You notice we jumped over section 4. Section 4 was the market scan. Because we've been involved with other municipalities, mainly procurement and selection of these new ERP systems, I think we have a fairly unique view of what's out there, a good understanding of the pricing of what's out there. And so if you really have a hard time sleeping, in the appendix of that document, I think we reviewed something like a dozen different municipal financial systems and kind of strengths and weaknesses. It's too much to try to make an organized assessment of each of those. But what we did look at was for the alternatives to evaluate. There's 4 there, and essentially it's the 2x2 matrix. Consultants love a 2x2 matrix, and it's based on what is the scope of functionality. In other words, is this if you were going to name the 2 buckets, it's Toyota and Yamaha, but is it high level of functionality? Is it low level of functionality? And then in terms of maturity, and maturity in this case means more mature the better. in that they're more sophisticated programming, they're better for cybersecurity, they're better for a number of these things. And so we kind of weighted by those two dimensions and it came up with 4 options. So there's the plain Jane municipal essentials platform, low scope, low maturity, the broad municipal functionality platform. So this is one that takes into account your financials and other items. And you can turn on modules, you can turn off modules. There's an HR component that is an interest to staff here to help manage that would be integrated with your financials. There's everything, some of them even go into development permitting, all kinds of things like that. Alternative 3, they refine the scope so you have less to work from, but they're highly mature systems, and these are specialized core ERP platforms. We evaluated that as well. And then there's the major platforms. I don't want to scare you, Strathcona County spent $60 million on their ERP system. We are not recommending that for you, but if you want to know what could you spend, that's giving you the scale of what's possible here. And again, all that detail is in the document if you'd like to dig a little deeper. Have the next slide, please. Thanks. Section 6, 7, 8 are all independent analysis of the impact to stakeholders, or very detailed risk assessment for you, and the financial analysis. I'm going to summarize those, but again, the details are all in there if you'd like to dig through. What did we conclude with this analysis? Well, there's a lot of variety of products. So this is one of the ones we're going to market, put out a procurement with some very solid understanding of your requirements. You're going to get good response. The market is there, it's maturing. Sometimes, I'm sure you've been in the situation where you put out a tender and you get 1 response, or you get 2 responses, and it's tough to know if you're getting good value, if you're making a good decision. That won't be a challenge for this one. There's a lot out there. Municipal ERP systems, the history of implementation is not a happy story. They typically take longer than expected. They typically cost more than expected, and they typically don't deliver on their promise of functionality. I say that historically. I think this round, especially in Alberta, municipalities are getting it right. They're recognizing that your staff can't just do this off the side of their desk. They either have to be seconded to the project, or you bring in third-party contractors, or people are understanding how to do this better. The 6 that we're involved in right now, I believe only 1 was delayed out of the 6 of their current state. And that was delayed. It was just kind of a freak reason. It wasn't poor project management. It wasn't bad product, things like that. So those things need to be taken into account. There is a resource cost. When you look at the cost breakdown, it's surprising how much of that is people, because you think you're buying software, but what you're buying is people to make sure that the software works properly. And it's either backfilling your current staff because you need some of their expertise to tell the vendor how they work, or it's resource costs for, as I said, third-party contractors. We kind of discontinued. We did the analysis, but the low cost municipal essentials piece is not as good as what you have currently. The ones that are in that basket would not perform to the level where you are currently, let alone improve performance. So that is really a tough one. I was surprised that I threw 5, and that is a very standard conclusion we see. Your staff were not asking for the Cadillacs. Like, it was basically, can you make it so it's a little better so I'm not spending 3 times the amount of effort I need to on this? And I think it's important that council realize that they're not looking for the gold-plated system. That's not what they're asking for. And it was refreshing, because oftentimes when we as a third party, people get the chance to tell their story. They think this is their one shot at getting the deluxe package. We didn't, none of that occurred in this exercise. Next slide, please. So we use a scoring method that's explained in the document, but essentially to try to keep it as straightforward as possible. Red, bad, green, good. So oftentimes when we throw up this comparison of the alternatives are in the columns and then the different criteria are on the rows. An obvious answer jumps out, right? You'll see the lowest cost, the highest scoring, those things. This one was a little more complex. So in terms of those objectives that I showed you, the top two packages, the alternative 3 and 4, do a sensational job covering those, but they come at a very, very significant cost. They also provide an enormous amount of stakeholder impact positively. You'll see that's positive or negative. They also carry a fair amount of risk with them as well. And we provide a mitigated score because we give you some recommendations on how you can reduce the potential risk impact. And if you follow those and they're budgeted for in the dollar value amount, they can kind of come together. So the long and the short of it is we're recommending the broad useful platform alternative 2. It's the second lowest in terms of cost. The annual operating cost is the second lowest, yet it still aligns nicely with the objectives. It provides a very positive impact. And it's probably the most risk friendly of all of these, because again, this is an area where you don't really want to take on risk. So the next slide, so then the recommendations, we put them in sequential order, but you'll see recommendation 4, go to market targeting alternative 2. So that would be what you would go to market looking for. That starts though in 2026. We're suggesting you put some money aside, about $75,000 for a detailed readiness assessment and procurement support. That will give you the detailed requirements mentioned under number 2. And there's what they call functional, non-functional, and technical requirements that you should be putting in your procurement documents to best get the best product that matches your needs and your value. And then the actual implementation would occur in 27 and 28 at about 1.2 million each year. And then recommendation 5 is going back to that sided desk comment. As you're planning the implementation in 27 and 28, be very conscious of the use of staff time and how you can make this somewhat palatable. So that's the business case. And oh, I'm sorry, I guess there's one more slide, please. And then that's the implementation horizon. We've given you some of the high level tasks that you do. So 26 will predominantly be about our readiness assessment, the detailed planning, and the actual procurement, with the idea that the procurement rollout and configuration would occur through 27, just into 28, testing, training, and then go live by the end of 28. And then in 29, you'll have some decommissioning work on the old system. That's what I wanted to share today. I stand open for questions if you'd like clarity in any of those areas.
And we wanted to bring this forward to council. Essentially, this is a major project. This is larger than we anticipated. I have been involved in these before on a minor basis, just consolidating systems. And as David said, doing it off the side of your desk, it doesn't work well, and they really become even more problematic after the fact. So wanted to bring this forward so that council can have some thoughts to stew over. And then again, we're going to be talking about this in budget next week as one of the capital projects. So this isn't today decision to be made.
A slide back where it had the money figures.
Go back.
To section.
Section
2 slots.
Section 9.
Oh, right there,
Oh.
number 3.
Yeah.
$1.2 million every year.
No, just for those 2. That's implementation. If you go back one more, please. We estimate the annual operating cost to be $335,000.
So with this, do we need more staff here at the county, or would it replace some staff we have?
During implementation, you would need to augment staff, that's just temporarily, either through contractors or something, piece like that. That's taken into account in the 1.2 and 1.2 and 1.2, that's factored in. After the fact, you folks run a pretty lean finance team. I don't think you're looking at saving staffing costs. What I do think is you're enhancing the capabilities. The staff you have will be able to do more. We didn't do that type of review, but just anecdotally, I would suggest that you haven't got a lot of bodies to cut.
This system we have now, what are we setting up for operational costs? And what was the initial investment for us back then?
Oh, I wouldn't know what the initial investment is. It's probably in the 130 to 140. Support for that. And what Mr. McGrath said about these systems, the systems are all the same. You know, they all do the same type of thing. It's the support behind the systems that is the most important thing. In a lot of these analysis, because you can buy a system, you can buy QuickBooks, you know, but if you don't have somebody to support you putting it together, you know, obviously in
It's just books.
that's, you know, way too small for this type of organization. But, you know, between Serenic and Diamond, who were considered the two forerunners of that, who were both end of life, it really came down to, you know, who could support what better. And that's where those ongoing costs are gonna be. And a lot of it is now, you know, when one or two are changing every couple of years, you know, that you could be a little more competitive on getting that support. I think it's gonna be a little bit harder now that, so is it 200? So 220 municipalities are all gonna be vying for the same people to implement and to support these, right? So,
I would caution you not to compare the 335,000 a year we have there with the 120 you're currently getting. That's a bit of an apples and oranges, because you're getting far more for the 335 than you were for the 120. Is it 3 times as much or 2.5 times as much? I don't know. All I know is that there is an enormous amount of spreadsheets and manual processes currently in place that are not good value for the company.
and even the company, going back to some of the conversations with the budgeting software, company who implemented it back when it changed, didn't implement it very well. There was a lot of issues that were having to be fixed afterwards, because they were a new company coming into the market and trying to do their best. The staff have worked well with the system that's there, and there's a lot of workarounds. But those are the things that you want to avoid when you're implementing that system. So it's trying to less workarounds, more. What I say is I don't want a computer talking to a person talking to a computer. If we have computers, they should talk to computers and to the people, so.
The vintage of Serenic and the Great Plains, you should also know that they were cobbled together is a bit judgy, but they weren't meant for municipal systems. They were made to work in municipal systems. Because of the growth of the industry, a lot of these packages now are very municipal specific. They work better for an organization like this than previous ones did.
Yeah, one of the big things of municipal specific is property tax and utilities are the two things you don't get anywhere else in any other business, so.
So I thought when we went to the fire department, tracking their wages or hours or something wasn't compatible with that, right? One of the, some system.
So you have PayWorks in the background slide. You have a separate payroll system that has its own time tracking element. And that was actually, I think it was a fairly recent, it was a recent purchase, but it's working really, you're getting a lot of bang for the buck with PayWorks. that was one of the questions when we started, and that's one of the questions you'll have to answer in the next year is, do you want to stick with that, or do you want to buy a financial system with its own payroll embedded? Would you replace something you've already just recently placed or not?
So years back, when I got on council, we used to work at. We had people that spent 5 years, all they did was answer crossing. And you'd ask a question, nobody could give you an answer. We did that for years. You know, so today, do we know what a driveway cost at a certain point? Or we're still not, I thought the issue there was, we're not recording the labor, we're not putting all that information in one place. You can't get that. Does this solve that problem?
So I don't know what the problem was back then, but there's a lot of, and that's part of the implementation side of this thing. What is important and are we gonna implement it properly? And so a lot of those problems, like with WorkTech, I'm very familiar with the package, and I'm not a fan of some of those processes because they become very confusing, cumbersome processes that a lot of people don't use. And you're probably finding the same thing as you go through. So what we've done is we simplified our accounting so that we can get that information. So if council wants to know, what does it cost us to do a driveway? We're able to go, well, it costs an average of 3 hours of labor, pulling numbers out of the air. And it costs this much for that labor. It costs this much for, a piece of equipment to come. Where we can compile it on a ad hoc basis faster than some of those old systems that were costing a lot of money, costing a lot of staff time, but not giving a lot of value. And so, we don't have any of those in our current system because there's no value to doing it. So that's gonna be part of that requirement study that is gonna be part of next year. So looking at that, going, what is the requirements, what program's gonna fit into there? And making sure that we don't pay more money for things that we're not gonna use. And use the things that we are paying. So a little bit of both, so.
So I think another example was MRF, eh?
Mhm.
It was the answer for everything, and then we find out we can't get the information, and then we were canceling a whole bunch of the user fees. So we spent 1.2 million and had 4 staff for 3 years.
I think there's been a history, and particularly, in software in general, but in municipal government, to a large degree of over-promising and under-delivering with a lot of these tools. I think they're getting better. I think they're hitting their promises much more than they had in the past. But certainly understand that it's a decision around this, because you're right, that's been kind of the history of a lot of these things. It's, we're doing it for A, and then it does B, C, and D, and you don't want B, C, and D, but it still won't do A. You know what's going on.
So didn't we buy, what's the name of that, Costa? Didn't we buy that and stayed on the shelf for 4 or 5 years? We never used it. I kind of remember.
I'm not sure.
We're using it now.
Yeah, we're using it now, so, okay. Since I've been here, we've been using it quite extensively. We're using it for more than it's actually capable of. So, which might sound kind of weird, but we're using it it's a budgeting software, and we're using it for reporting. Does it do it perfect? No. Have we figured out how to do it to make sure it's accurate? Yes. And, the staff have bought into it. And to go back to the WorkTech, the reason why we brought in a consultant in the first place is because in many organizations that I've seen, the finance director goes, we are using this software, you shall take it. And then what happens is that the departments are going, I don't know what this thing does, I don't know how to do it.
And I don't like it.
And I don't like it. So what Tantus did in the beginning was to go around and talk to the departments and say, what do you need the system to do? What is, is there some things that you want now that aren't there? You know, how good is the system, how bad is the system, and how can we work on it? And that's gonna be a big part of the next part as well, is we don't want to do a thou shalt use it and thou shalt like it. We want to go, what are you gonna use and what's the best platform? There's gonna be some things that are gonna go, that I might look at and go, this is the best software, but it doesn't work for the staff. We go, okay, no, let's get the software that provides the users the best information. There's essentially three users. Council needs to know financial information, management needs to know management information on what they're doing, and the province needs to get the reports in the format that they needed.
Well, an operation.
Yes, that's the managers. And when I talk managers, the supervisors out there who are doing the programs. Finance doesn't do anything for finance sake. Finance does it for council, supervisors, managers, and the province. So that's the rationale that we need to approach this from. Not just, we like this one, so we're gonna do it and everybody's gonna be happy. So
What are we paying now a year for operating? What we got, the 3 or 4 different systems?
overall,
120, isn't it?
yeah, 120 is for just the diamond software, but then we also have Questica, we've got MRF, we've got a number of pieces that we need to look at in this whole analysis.
And then another 30 grand goes to Payworks for the system versus told.
Well, the thing about Payworks is part of one of those, but you know, Payworks, one of the nice things about that implementation is that they didn't charge us to implement it. The reasoning why is that they make more money off of source deductions and bank fees that they get from that money than they ever do off of the municipalities.
So we're paying more than 335,000 a year.
Most likely, yes, for comparison of apples to apples, yes. But
Really, it doesn't, we probably are.
yeah, I'll have to
From
look
everything
at
I've seen
the
that we
budget.
went through, even we're paying more, but it's hard to swallow when you got a $2.3 million initial platform charge, and then, you know,
Just refer to the fire department.
yeah. So,
That's the hard part. Yeah.
but I mean, it's the cut, we're at the spot where you do it, or you pretty much have to do it. Everybody else is doing it. Every other community or municipality is in it.
I remember the first thing this year.
Garba.
First thing that they said, it was doing nothing, releasing the option.
You have, but I know you can kick the cat down the road for a couple of years. I certainly don't recommend you do that, because then you're gonna get backed up with the other 220.
Yeah.
And you might not find an implementation vendor.
Yeah.
Or if you, the price tag will go up considerably.
The price tag will go up and the quality most likely will be down.
Well, and I know this doesn't impact rural municipalities, but a few years ago, we had a similar phenomenon around rec management systems. Like if you ever register a kid for swimming lessons, or you know those kind of things. And there was the major vendor in Western Canada decided they didn't want to be in the business anymore. So municipalities were scrambling to get replacements. And that was a catastrophe that strong, nobody got harmed, but it was awful. Like the implementations didn't go well. You had brand new vendors that didn't know what they're doing. And there's a lot of municipalities, mainly urbans, that are recovering, they're still recovering. And I suspect that's gonna happen again with this many going to market at the same time.
You don't really want to have the B team when it comes back to the location. You don't want to see the B team.
There's a nice balance of not getting the B team, but also getting an A team that is experienced, you know, and a lot, and because of the maturity, that's why I stress the maturity of the market is, these aren't fly by night vendors. There's a dozen of them that have been doing this for 4, 5, 6 years, at least. They know what they're doing. And if you can get the A team, you're probably in a good spot.
I think we're in a good position in the fact that we're not the ones that are on Serenic who are really putting right now, because it's, like Dave said, it's going dark December 31st. which is just a little over a month away. And probably giving you more gray hair.
Well, Leduc County went live last week and they were a ceramic. They had to get it fixed by December the first. So they went live last week and so far.
Yeah. So, and one part of, you're gonna see a business case as well, next week about our servers, the server that it's on is, running out of warranty. And do we replace that server at a size that's gonna fit the Diamond and Questica, or do we get a cheaper server, which most of these other ones are gonna be in the cloud or, better support. And when we set it up previously, there was the idea that everything had to be on premises, because that was the best way to do it. Problem with that is there was not a lot of updates for that. It is just, there's so many different things, and it's kind of that, do we want to be on leading edge? Do we want to be on the bleeding edge? Or do we want to do this on a planned, intentional movement? And, the dollars are big, but we also have to think about this in the fact of, if one of your graders was gonna stop working, you wouldn't just stay sitting in it. You would replace that grader. And so this is the grader of the finance department.
This is 3 graders.
This is 3
Yeah.
graders. So
It's a big chunk of graders. This is a
Only 3 graders
Yes.
that we're on this thing, so.
And I'm not on the current lifespan of a grader, but keep in mind that this is a 10 to 20 year product, right?
This supports every aspect of the operation.
Yeah, there's somebody in the state supporting it. If they decide to go out of business, we're hooped.
Yeah, but and that's what I'm saying, but that has changed a lot. A lot of these are now municipal specific. The risk of that occurring is not nearly as high as it used to be.
Any other questions or more? All right,
I told Wyatt Sauber that RMA, I said, give us a project with RMA, we're not always delivering bad news. This is feeling a similar context. Go tell them to spend a couple of $1 million, they'll love you for that.
This wasn't featured in our meetings.
no, it wasn't at all.
This has not risen to the top of people's mind yet.
This would have been better than listening to that guy.
First year. I will give RMA a plug though. Canoe is going out to try to do good group pricing on ERP systems, and they've started that process. Both for the software and for their implementation support. So
Do they want to use us as their spec?
there's a lot of creativity going on. Warner's part of a group with Will Creek and somebody else. There's 6 of them. We were looking at it together, doing a group procurement together. I don't know the status of that. I just know that they've had those conversations, but municipalities are getting more creative.
Are these groupies probably in there?
Yeah.
Whatever that company's plugging away at.
And there is getting to be more and more vendors, like at the government finance officers conference and such. There's getting to be more and more vendors who are out there willing to support municipalities.
I'm surprised that this wasn't a conversation because groups like Jeff Way, this has been on their radar for 2 to 3 years. People have been talking about this break point coming.
I'll bet you it'll be a yes for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because they don't break trade show, you're actually directly right into stuff like this, so.
And traditionally, the finance teams try to patch together as best as they can and, work with what we have. This is one of those things that, the carpet's proverbially being pulled out from underneath of those teams.
Perfect. Great, thank you very much for the presentation, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay.
You're suggesting that we'll receive that,
Yeah.
obviously will come down to budget.
Yeah. Some like flag very much.
So fun with that.
Sure, I got it. Resource planning system findings presentation from Canvas Solutions. David Garland has information.
This guy working on everything good.
Canvas has been a rural specialist with their consultant, so, and they do a lot of work with Army.
Army's going to consultant.
Yeah, they're the preferred consultant. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
We got trouble with the sound, you guys, it's getting complaints. It's not working. The paper, they said when they watch in Lamont town, it works good, but here, fix the sound, your meeting is terrible, microphones cutting in and out.
What I'm hearing is that when one person's speaking, it's okay. When there's multiple, it's not. Mr. Zhao just told me it's working fine for him. So there are all those variables that we can walk on. We're going to see whether we can adjust the phone, not the phone. The most important thing is lift your speak up.
Yeah, town of Lamont, what they got in their meeting room, because they seem to have a good sound system, so.
Yeah, theirs is beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Their
beautiful.
meetings, yeah. They. Oh, no, but whatever it is, the sound's working.
Very good. So, Mr. Reed, I think we're going to 8.3 then.
Yep, 8.3. Do we have anybody have any concerns with taking the 5-minute recess? Yeah. All right. All in favor?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll proceed with the rest of our meeting. 8.3 provincial equalization assessments.
Mr. Reed, we have a number of things landing just prior to the budget because they will have relevance as we proceed into the weeks and months to come. Equalized assessment indicates or it rather is an indication of the growth that we're experiencing in revenues. Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Karnowski. So yes, so equalized assessment is a process that the province goes through annually. The purpose of the equalized assessment is for the province to be able to compare municipalities against each other. The information is a little bit dated because it's based on a 30 years assessment. And then they run it through a various calculations and provide it, you know, late in the year for council to be able to review, just like any other assessment. It is appealable. But there's some good news that comes with this. It does show that that Lamont County is growing in assessment. And those are the things that we do want to see. Like I've said before, assessment is always a lagging indicator. It's not something that's showing what's going to happen. It's showing what already happened. But the report is attached here for council. Page 195, it does show that we've seen an increase in residential and farmland assessments of 6.38. We've seen an increase in non-residential assessment of 13.29. Some of that is a factor of there was a 3-year tax holiday that the province put in that ended last year, so that's part of that increase as well. On the negative side, there was a decrease in assessment of 4%. On page 197, administration just put together a few of the comparators that we often use so that council can see how it's going. So Lamont County, you'll see is shaded in the middle. And we've got a couple other counties, Thornhill, Sturgeon, and so forth. On page 198, it then shows the comparison between last year and this year for those same comparators and the various categories.
So you'll see a favorable change from 2025 to 2026 in residential and farmland, non-residential, but not machinery.
So in page 199 on for a few pages here, 199 to 224 is the full equalized assessment report from the province. And the thing to use there, what often is used for that this is for comparing between the villages and the towns within the counties to split things like the education tax, seniors requisitions, waste requisitions, and so forth. So there's lots of good information about what our overall equalized assessment is and what our neighbors' equalized assessment as well. One of the things I said at the beginning, this is appealable. At this point, there's nothing really that I've seen that is worthy of doing any appeals to the province. Lowering it does help lower some of our requisitions, but you have to be able to justify that, and there really is no mistakes that have really been noted in this. So this is for council's information. I'm available to answer some questions, and if I don't have the answers, I'll do my best to get them back to council after. So is there any comments or questions that you can answer that we have clarified?
I have a question for you. So with our machinery and equipment, we had a rate clear, how does that affect them now because they're reassessed?
So this is a Because this is a lagging indicator, so this is last year's information, so this is 2024 assessment. That is analyzed in 2025 for this, so, when the changes come through the LPRT, they will go back and equalize assessment will readjust for them. But the main part in that, a lot of it over the years, that the stakeholder you're discussing, a lot of it moved from building and structures to machinery and equipment.
Yeah.
And really the big difference in that is that machinery and equipment does not pay education tax, building and structures does. So that was why they wanted to change.
Oh, okay.
But then they did have their machinery and equipment lowered for the 2025 assessment.
Yeah.
Which will come on next year's equalized assessment report. So that, most of that won't affect us.
Okay, any other questions or concerns?
One of the things to note is that we have not had 7% residential growth. But there has been appreciation in the value of residential properties.
Okay. And it is one of the questions that we bring forward. We asked the assessors and bring forward to council when the assessment comes in March. Is what is the real growth, which is new houses, buildings, and what is just appreciation, what is increased cost. So that's those are the two questions that council should be asking when we look at the property tax bylaw in the spring.
Okay. Any other questions? Concerns? You moving around, we have somebody make a motion.
Move that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on provincial equalized assessments.
Of information. Favor?
Yeah.
Carried. New financial policy.
Mr. Bushel is proposing that we take two policies, put them together and make one good one. Address an emergent requirements to do a 1 year budget.
So thank you, Mr. Donalski. So there was some concerns brought up at the August budget meeting about our budget policies that we had. They are attached for council's reference, page 230 and 233. But this is a kind of a more of a larger revision of the policy that council is proposing. So overall, this new budget policy was broke down on what's required by the MGA, what council can expect in the processes, how budget amendments and revisions are treated, how the property tax bylaw is the last step of the process, and so forth. One of the things that so this particular budget policy was taken from another rural municipality in southern Alberta. And it was a pretty good policy, and their council really thought that it was covered a lot of the but you'll see in there that there's a budget process on page 227, giving direction as what council would like to see. It adds in the fact that there's now the MGA requirement for a written 3-year operating plan and a 5-year capital plan. And in the MGA, it states that it's the current year plus 3 years and current year plus 5 years. And what the plan must have. Point number 8, I highlighted it for discussion with council, that this particular municipality, it has been approving a 2-year capital budget Because of the fact that a lot of these, purchases now, such as graders, fire trucks, snowplows, are taking 18 to 24 months, or in some cases 36 months. When it comes to some certain fire equipment, that having that 2-year budget approval is making it a lot more straightforward for municipalities to do procurement. For instance, just before the election break, the Public Works Department had brought forward that we should be tendering for graders for the 2026 budget already. So having a two-year capital budget will assist in those type of purchases. And then just talks about our capital plans, how we amend it, and all the other things that are part and parcel of the budgeting processes. So I'm not gonna read through it all, because I'm sure that you all had the opportunity to read it. This is, again, just for discussion. We don't intend on bringing this back at the December council meeting if council is in agreement with it, because we want to be able to just give council some time to digest it. So it is a fair change from what our budget policy is now. It does follow, though, what we do in our budgets.
It doesn't have anything to do with for a budget or the reserve funds or anything like that, right? It's not.
No, this is more of a process than like a policy outlining the processes that we're gonna go use rather than the philosophies of what we use. The reserve policy we have has the philosophy of how we're doing it. What this basically says is that we should have a reserve policy and that how it should be allocated.
Okay.
So this will have no effect on your work next week. This may guide how we do things slightly differently in the next budget cycle.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, so we don't have to worry about if we go to a 2 cycle instead of a single year, we go to a 2, are we gonna tip into our reserve a little bit longer or more because we've gone to a 2-year instead of a single year cycle?
Yeah, and it's more of just being able to say, we're going to do it, and the money is not really gonna be spent, it's just gonna be guidance to start the processes. Because that money will be spent in the year that it is obtained. So for instance, like a grader right now is taking about 18 months. So we start the process now, we might get it in late 2026 or early 2027. So if we start this process for the 2027 to 2030 budget, it would be saying, okay, we're gonna approve purchases for 2027 and 2028 for the items that are gonna take 2 years to.
We're approving the items now, we're
Yes.
approving the budget for them.
Yes, so
Big ticket items.
big ticket items. It's not gonna be one that we're not gonna put the small capital on there because you know, whether if it's a mower or an arm that we know that we can budget for them and they come fairly quickly, you don't need to put it on a 2-year budget. But if we know there's items that are longer term, that's what it would be used for. And so this discussion is around is council comfortable with that type of process? What it does is it alleviates some one-off council resolutions, approving process, approving items in the middle of the year.
Okay. Well, if anybody has any other concern, questions, we'll make a motion and carry on.
Lamont County Committee of a Whole, direct administration to bring back new finance policy 7011 for a future council meeting.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. So the compensation study results. We were. Now we're moving back into regular session. I can make that motion. Motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the November 25th, 2025 regular council meeting at 2:07 p.m. Yeah. Carried. Director reports, Lamont County Emergency Services Director report.
Go ahead. So council, I have before you our biannual or bi-monthly update. Did the election, we've added one more month to it. So with the report that you have in front of you on page 238 is for August, September, October. Original training center continues to be used internally by our crews. We've used it for a couple of different events, including NFPA 470 hazmat skill testing and skills days. We had an officer meeting at the end of October in the space. Goal 2, community feel safe, fire prevention, fire permit program. Happy to report we finished our 5-year update to the Safety Codes Council Quality Management Program, which is now called a quality management system. So that is a regional safety codes operations that allow us as safety codes officers to operate in all jurisdictions within Lamont County. So every 5 years we have to do an update so that our 5-year update was complete. Continuing with fire prevention and education, we did 2 occupancy permits for establishments within the county. We've also been preparing emergency management updates. So the municipal emergency plan has been updated. It has also been approved by our Alberta Emergency Management Agency field rep. So they have approved the MAP for the year. That plan will now go in front of the Regional Emergency Advisory Committee, the REAC members, for their updates and for their approvals. Elected officials course is scheduled for tomorrow here in Lamont. We're doing it with the other municipalities within our region, so that will take place for elected officials tomorrow. And sure,
I indicated excluding Bruder Run, was that a mistake?
they are being attended. Yeah, so they are not in a regional emergency management plan, but as neighbors, we invited them to attend. Yeah,
9 till 4.
correct. Yeah. 3:45.
2:45.
Did it the hall or the meeting room or to
The meeting room. Yep. Yeah, and lunch will be provided. So there's 22 in attendance tomorrow. So, yeah. We've also been working with the FCSS staff on the emergency social services. We've kicked out some mutual aid agreements to some neighboring communities outside of the region should we ever require assistance for a large-scale disaster. Once those mutual aid agreements have been worked out, they'll be brought back for council for approval. Paul was busy for wrapping up some of our internal accredited training through the provincial government certified training program. So we completed NFPA 470 awareness and operations for hazmat for 9 of our students. So those were complete. Results came back in and staff did very well on those North American recognized courses. So they're now North American certified as hazmat awareness and operators. We've completed 2 of our 3 first aid courses scheduled for the fall for our members. So that is on track. Current staffing. We're sitting at 79 members. We've had 2 members resign in the last couple of months, moved out of the area. And we've onboarded 3 members. So they've begun their probationary status with us. Fire administration, fire control and response and recovery. So our year-to-date 2025 calls are at 332. On the same date at the end of October in 2024, we were at 310 calls, so we're just up slightly, about 8%. Year-to-date calls in August, we did 33 events, September, we did 33 events, and in October, we did 38 events in the 31 days in October. couple of high profile events over the last couple of months. We created an industrial site rescue. We've had multiple Highway 16 MVCs, including one fatality in those 3 months. Moving down to goal number 6, committed to genuine relationships. We're still continuing with our quarterly meetings with Strathcona County Emergency Services, our dispatch provider. We hosted a fall officers and chiefs meeting with 88% of our paid on call members in attendance. We had our first ever meeting with the Alberta Government of Alberta Wildland Urban Interface Team, which is the new 8 teams that the provincial government has approved for the province for a wildland urban interface fire. So we met with the new Northeast Fire Officer. We continue to work with Lamont Healthcare Center on their construction updates and their fire safety plans during construction. And we've been doing some joint training with the Elk Island National Park staff on first aid and wildland fire stuff. That is our August, September, October report for council, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
The training center in Kitman in the last 11 months, how much out of county has revenues it brought in? Other than our own use?
That was done in my last report when we talked about revenues that had brought in. We haven't had any other rentals since that, since last update. Yeah, for budget.
$94 or $9,900.
Yeah, there was some City of Lloyd, Town of Devon, Beaver Emergency Services. Yeah, I can bring it for budget.
Okay, that'd be great.
Any others? Okay, we have a motion.
Sure. I motion that Lamont County accept the emergency services report, August to October 25 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Here.
Quick question, are fire bans still on or fire ban is off?
Oh, fire ban is off.
Off?
Yeah.
You get permits?
Yeah.
The permits are still for just, we should have asked all these questions, I guess, before. But so there's been quite a few phone calls about
So we did
fires lit by one farmer.
So we did a DC Caller did a site visit, had a conversation with the individual today. A misunderstanding of the policy was said, so it was explained.
Right. What? Yeah,
No, they're
just burning down.
Oh, I see.
they're bales, broken up bales. They're super little. Yeah.
So it was an education exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah. One more question, smoke signs, where do these come from? Obviously, they're required.
Yeah.
So
So
county supplying them now because.
no, and that's one of the things that we talked about at our department reviews last week was the old policy states to contact highways.
Yeah, don't contact me. I only got 4 and they're sold.
Yeah, so, and that's why, like I said, that is a priority for 2026 for us to rewrite that policy with council to eliminate that. And we talked about doing it through public works.
Okay, good.
The county when I bring it.
Yeah, but yeah, the policy that is available front facing still says,
I know.
the contact highways.
Yeah, well, we're pretty low, so.
Yeah.
Very low.
No, and that's, like I said, that was one of our priorities for 2026 was to rewrite that policy. There's some other aged out information.
As you consider whether you can handle that within your current budget or whether you need to add some money.
Yeah.
All right, 9.2, Office of CAO Department Activities.
Hold on to one. Set various meetings. Preparation for the water line mediation, which occurs Monday, December 1st. Attended the Fort Saskatchewan and Lamont County Chamber of Awards, like in the Heartland. and a couple of meetings with our advisory folks at Alberta Environment, helping us with the one. Goal number 2, in terms of safety and affordability and quality of life. Participated in our emergency management workshop, ICP setup, incident command post setup. Hosted a meeting with Alberta Garcia hierarchy here in the chamber. Participated in the health and safety audit. On council directions, prepared letters to the MLAs with our communications coordinator. And obviously development of council review, all the various RFPs, briefing notes, you'll see are approved by me. In terms of goal number 3, development of the major orientation and strategy review materials along with the directors and Mr. Boyd. Attending public works, ag service, tailgate meetings. The next one is on Thursday mornings. Attended the ASB meeting. Council initial orientation, the organizational meeting, regional orientation, the Northeast Regional Conference, strategy session, emergency management program officials tomorrow, and your regular meetings of council. And along with Ms. Benoit, supported preparation of files for consideration of kind of credit leader now. Number 4. Review and authorize the evolution of the 2026 operating capital budgets, and I'll mention that the monitors are printed and they're waiting in your mailboxes if you haven't already got them. And meetings with landowner and neighbor regarding a persistent non-compliance matter. Number 6, dealing with a few legal matters, one dealing with an encroachment, another dealing with drainage. Our convention, joint health and safety meetings, holding your meeting meetings. Usually the Wednesday after every council meeting to ensure that we're responding to your directives. And by holding extended leadership team meetings to engage on the senior and team members every second Thursday of the month. That's proven by the group. Super Borough and non-development students today. Dealing with creating public workplace culture. Ms. Benoit, we want to address your items?
Yeah, really, I conducted election worker training for them. Completed nation for general municipal elections. Conducted advanced voting with our advanced voting election workers and conducted election day with our election workers for public, and then afterwards did extensive reporting on elections. It was prepared. The property rights for the assistant worker on November 7th, and prepared an ISDFE appeal.
Any questions?
Questions? Okay. Thank you, Peter. Can we have somebody make the recommendation?
County Council accept the CAO's department activities report for is September to November 2025 as information.
Moving on, committee reports, 10.1. Anybody have any committee, Roy?
Hey, John and I attended the Lamont Housing Foundation Board meeting last night. Additional meeting for the board meeting. Shauna McIntyre from Chipman is the chairman, and the seeker from Lamont is the vice chair. Some notes on occupancy. The Beaver Hill Pioneer Lodge in Lamont has 52 residents and 4 vacancies. Self-contained units, while there is no Villa Mandare, 1 vacancy. Dr. Strilchuk Villa Mandare is full. Heritage Manor in Andrew is full. Elk Park in Chipman is full. Villa 75 in Lamont is full. Heritage Court in Lamont has 1 vacancy. Spring Creek Manor, Bruderheim is full, and the R and N houses in Lamont and Bruderheim are full. I guess the new people in finance will be working on the budget, the near future. The other meeting I had was Willingdon Seed Plant Board meeting on November 20th. Our president was defeated in the election, so the vice president took over the role. Our annual meeting is on December 8th. For members, supper is at 6, meeting is at 7. Organizational meeting is after the annual meeting. Just some updates on the plant. We got an update on maintenance / automation project. Plant is approximately 40 years old. Chutes and gates require some major repair. These repairs are going to incorporate automation components. We're still in progress of getting some quotes for phase 1 of the project. Like to get these for December 8th. Quotes for electrical work are extensive and detailed, and be a charge for people quoting on those projects. Phase 1 work of the maintenance automation will likely cost $175,000 to $200,000. The plant manager has arranged for a plant tour of the new Westlock plant on November 27th for board members at 9:30 a.m. And December 8th meeting will present the financial statements and present the proposed maintenance automation project. So that's my report on the seed plant. And then, like I say, in January, I'm attending the seed processors AGM in Edmonton. And those are my reports. I'd like to move my report on the Housing Foundation and Willingdon Seed Fund.
In favor? Yeah. Carried. Mr. Uganis.
Well, we actually stood up pretty good with the Housing Foundation and the Water Commission. We're kind of at a standstill there. You might want to talk about it a little bit more when it gets around to you, but right now that's the only ones I've met with, so really nothing there to say.
Information. Councilor Perosi.
I'm on no meetings, had no meetings yet.
I've had 3, so like Councilor Uganis said, the John S. Patouk, there's a little discrepancy between ownership and partnership, I guess, of a line. We've had 2 meetings with them so far. There is a matter that has been taken to the AUC. We will find out more here on the 6th of December, I think is our next meeting. 6th or the 11th. One of them, something like that. So, then I've been to the Go East on the 21st here, last Friday. They brought forward a bunch of their main topic was farm agritourism. They said that, they recommend areas do a bylaw update to ag tourism. Go East, sorry about that. It was a good meeting. There's I think 44 people attended that one. And then the last same as everybody else, last week we were at the RMA for 4 days. It was networking. We had a couple of votes. The Division 5 representative for Ag Service is Gene Hravik from Beaver County. And just a point to note that there was 44% of new elected officials across the province in rural alone. So. I make a motion, for the commission meeting, the Go East meeting and the RA convention as information. All in favor? There you go.
We had an AFSC meeting and the last minute I had to cancel because we had our elections at the RMA at 4 o'clock. And I was important we get the right person in there, which happened, so I had to miss my first meeting and the rest I haven't started, there's some coming up next week.
AFSC?
What are the girls downstairs?
FCS.
FCSS, sorry. FCSS.
I was wondering, why you're going.
Yeah.
to those
Wrong comments. Yeah. Everywhere, we ever give them.
Presentation.
Lamont County, except Deputy Reeve Neil White's report on FCSS meeting as information. Sarah will let you know the next time she gives a report what happened.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, moving on to correspondence.
Three, the first one on page 244 is formal request from the to over transportation on corridors. Issued a letter for feedback with regards to changing the speed limit on various economic corridors in the province from 110 kilometers. So let's select the rural highway. On page 245, we'll see Highway 1, 2, portions of Highway 3, Highway 4, Highway 60 from Hinton to Westminster, Highway 63, north of Highway 55 to Port McMurray, Highway 43 west of Edmonton to Grand Prairie. Again, they're asking for input from communities. I emailed to each of you last week the ability to undertake this survey individually. As thought. There is an opportunity for council to provide feedback as a governing body. Lamont has handed out some further information. Our peace officer there at the right indicates that where speed limits are 100, people are already traveling 110. People where the 110 speed limit, they're already doing 20, and putting it to 120 will certainly put the average speed over 130, or at least the higher end of speed limits. His opinion, given his enforcement on the roads, it should be left at 110. Increasing speed will effectively oftentimes potentially injury and fatality. Mr. Alignac, I think, provides a perspective in terms of the ag community, where the time it takes to cross a highway at a speed of 110 is already challenging. Moving into 120 would be even more so. And Chief Moore provided information in terms of his experience with both Lamont County as well as his time with City of Lamont. where the city of Leduc did a number of studies that showed the intense level of speeding on some of these same stretches of highway that are being contemplated. He references that it seems inconsistent that the speed limits would be raised to 120, where it's requested that Highway 16 speed be reduced to 80, particularly at Highway 16 and 55. They provided a traffic survey that was done in March of 2016. There's another study that was done more recently, but this one is quite telling. If you look on the bottom of page 3, slide number 33, you'll see that it's not uncommon for 12,000 and 3.4 million vehicles to be speeding over 140 kilometers an hour. Looking at it on a daily average basis, on average going between 140 and 144, 8 average per day going between 145 and 149, and that's an average per day. Speed. So, you'll see that the braking distance on 110 kilometers per hour is 158 meters. State distance. 120 kilometers is 156 meters. Braking distance on 130 is 193 meters. Well, there has been some study done. The recommendation is that council directs staff to prepare a letter to be signed by the REIT that asks that the province undertake a traffic survey on various of these key stretches of highway to understand what the current speed limits are. It would seem that the speed limits are not actually limiting speed. For this, if you'd like.
Other speed limits west of Edmonton through some of those towns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't remember the names.
I think Valley View, Gator. They dropped the case, but
yeah. And if you follow Highway 43, but I think what they were trying to explain is that Highway 43 is not part of the freeway that they classify the Yellowhead as the freeway, but there's multiple places where it stops and slows down. Fairview, it stops at Merithorpe, there's lights and complete stops. So, but I think it's different corridor rating.
They put a traffic circle in Valley View right now to go straight north to East River, and they're installing a traffic circle. Should be done for this winter.
we have a request from the under 13 Elk Island Wild Hockey Club for sponsorship.
We were late on that, and I heard it was this evening.
They had asked for sponsorship. We have provided 500 for the past. We have page 249, a letter from John Duke. And to make a 2 cents per cubic meter increase to the cost that municipal members pay for water to a total of $1.88.
No, I refuse to pay you guys. Go to meetings for free. That's right. They speed up the pump, will be real faster.
Yeah.
1.5, we have a request from a Renee Rondeau from Alberta that we meet with them, we would really introduce himself and discuss how we want to leverage or to want to. This one is to either refer us to Mr. Olson and someone who meet with us, or if you prefer, we can have the read and as well as this. The Nagel. Northern Alberta. Northeast Alberta Alliance Growth and Opportunity has sent information. This is care, they are intended to be. Provided information with regards to the Nagel terms of reference, draft minutes. An infographic about Highway 28, infographic about healthcare and electricity distribution rates letter. So interestingly enough, we do not have an appointment to Nagel. The prior read attended some respects out of interest. His belief was that there was value in having these relationships. But once again, neither does Highway 28 go through Lamont County. However, perhaps in the fullness of time, there may be an opportunity for us to achieve some advocacy benefit belonging to this group. So I'm not sure whether this is one for action or whether this is one for information. Perhaps the REIT wishes to attend similarly out of interest.
Well, it was here that our previous REIT did, you attended the last one.
But I'm saying we did not attend because the county constantly attended other generally. There was no point to this. Organization. Well, perhaps we could go back to the beginning of one. Council may have some desire to direct action. So the first one, I think, is simply a second one is to the divided highway. So the recommendation for this one is to direct for a letter. The signature by the REIT suggesting that they undertake, well, indicating that we're not in support as it is inconsistent are the direction on highway 16 and 855. And that if nothing else, they undertake a traffic study.
So they have that survey we can fill out and they got comments in there, so
Yeah.
we can do it that way.
The traffic survey that I'm talking about is one where they wouldn't do tracking of seeds the way that was done in a but it's up to council.
That would be fun, what I did it there and they had on.
Yeah, you did that too. I did
If
that.
that's all you want to do, that's fine.
There, you got it off, the big event. So I started getting units. Now does information or what are we doing?
Well, we would receive all other information, but only in that specific.
We missed and even this other, the wild hockey, we missed that tournament, that was already.
I'm sure they will still be for the same.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Most of these organizations will be running off reserves or running.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to award $500?
It's not at all, it's for the tournament, isn't it?
There's
One
one for their own team.
There's one team here, not the whole group of teams. Unless we do that divided by all their teams.
That one is information, because we already passed it, but the next one, there'll be another one that's gonna come from Minor Hockey Association. I think that's what it'll be.
That's the 500, yeah.
That's we just for that.
Yeah.
Little bonds feel that they had going there.
Tournaments, yeah.
Then the travel Alberta's. We can refer you guys to me, would that be suffice, you and Shane? Or if you want me there, I can be there, but.
Not necessary.
That travel Alberta, we gotta kind of get what we discussed earlier in the meeting in order before.
Yeah.
We start promoting them.
Yeah.
We got some problems, we gotta sort out here.
I think we'll get that.
Yeah. So, can you read this motion for us, please?
Lamont County accept all November 25th, 2025 correspondence for action items as information.
Concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Correspondence information.
We have a letter from the Lamont Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs. Congratulating you on your election victories. Forward to supporting my best for Congress, legislative practice and collaborative measures. Next one is just for information, a reminder from the province of our responsibility to continue to cooperate with them by supporting to them any agreements that we have for federal grants. On page 256, we have the latest bi-weekly status report for the police review. On page 261, we have a request from the Island Public School Executive Board of Trustees for us to assist them by providing the names of community leaders that would be helpful to them in promoting the cause of rural education. Just FYI, I have worked with the FCSS and economic development managers to provide them access to our business directory as well as to leaders in our social services areas. If you have any suggested people, please advise or please advise me or please let Ms. McMahon know directly. We have the Island Public School Board newsletter. Then we have the newsletter from the Battle River Power Co-op along with an email. Congratulations on page 264. We may or may not have bumped into them at the RMA Fall Convention. We have a lagging letter of information with regards to appointments at the organizational meeting in the town of Mandarin. Similarly, we have an indication from the folks at Beaver City of their organizational meeting results. Yes. So unless there's something specific in council with this action, there is a proposed recommendation that council.
Any questions? Funds? Does somebody make a motion?
Lamont County Council accept all 2025 correspondence for information items as information.
Favor? Carried. 13, council calendar. December.
You have the calculator to take 274. It highlights your budget committee meetings on the second, third, and fourth. To review our own meeting fifth. Michael will attend with you. Next service board, sorry, on the fifth, next service board on the tenth. Regular council meeting where we will address budget on the 16th December. Office closures on the 24th, 25th, 26th. And in anticipation of having
Um. No other.
we endeavor to show the committee meetings that are of greatest interest to residents on this calendar. We don't attempt to try to show
No.
all the various boards and committees.
Yeah. Okay, if there's no questions or concerns about dates or any meetings that we have here, we have a motion to accept.
I motion that the Lamont County Council to accept the council calendar for December 2025 as
Any concerns? Favor? Carried. Closed session.
Yeah, 14.3 and 14.4, or curtain. It means 14.3 and 14.4 rooms, through our class.
Yeah, that's exactly. All right, we'll move into closed session. All in favor? Carried. Sorry. Okay, welcome back to the Lamont County November 25th regular council meeting. We have a couple of motions to make. Closed session here. We have somebody who could read the first one.
Lamont County Council direct administration to take an action on safety codes.
Discussion? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. We have another one on intermunicipal. Yeah.
I move the Lamont County Council endorse Lamont County's priorities for action as discussed in the municipal matter report in closed section or meeting.
Discussion? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. And I think. Yep. Somebody do the fire bill.
Lamont County Council the fire building discussion as discussed in closed meeting.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. With that, I adjourn the meeting at 4:03 PM.